Chapter 1. The fire of the beginning in this world. They say power reigns supreme. As long as you have it, someone who is smarter cannot defeat you by outsmarting you. Someone who is more skilled cannot outskill you, and someone who is more worthy cannot have more than you. But that is untrue on many fronts. A lie that has been told and festered, reinforced through the ages. The only reason the lie has survived is that the ones wise enough to tell it a lie are on the wrong side. And in this world, there is no right side, yet. Hell and heaven, even other places on earth, conspire against the truth. What is the truth? The truth is that power is not absolute. It is not the almighty force people perceive it as. You can rewrite the stars, or fold the universe in two, but there will always be a way. Even if you can erase one's very existence, and predict the future, there is always a way for your power to be defeated. All it takes is the right person, the right wrench in destiny's cogs, for that to happen. But curiosity asks, what will you do when you find yourself suddenly powerless? What will you ask when you find yourself on the other side of the spectrum, being the one at the mercy of another's mood? What will you do when you have it all, then you have nothing? Would you curse the one who did this to you? Would you blame another? Yourself? Would you start to call yourself nothing yourself and mock yourself as being a weakling? All of those answers are correct in the end, yet so wrong at the same time. My answer? My answer is that there is no one but yourself to blame, not for being weak, but for looking from up high down on everything else and thinking yourself untouchable. Power breeds arrogance, and if you allow your arrogance to take root, then that will be your downfall. Control yourself before controlling your power. Die and stay dead, Red Dragon Emperor. Whispered a figure as they stood next to a house, in the town of Kuo, where a family of 3, parents and 1 son, slept oblivious of the misfortune that was coming upon them. The figure lit a fire in their palm and set it at the foundation of the house, watching the flames spread on the grass, then up a plant that grew on the home, likely a flower of the matriarch, and the fire found itself next to an open window. The bedroom of the parents. The flame found its way inside and the room lit up. The figure turned around, starting to walk away before it vanished into thin air. Their job here was done. The son, Issei Hyodo, was soundly asleep in his room when he was suddenly awakened by a scream coming from the bedroom of his parents. He jumped from his bed and went to his door. Mom, Dad, are you all right? He opened the door, but what he found was fire all over the halfway, making its way to his room. He screamed as the fire seared raged, its searing hot orange flame dancing before his eyes. What was happening? Why was the house on fire? Where were his parents? Those questions plagued his mind, and the young boy tried to stand up and walked forth, searching for his parents. Mom! Dad! Where are you? He shouted, trying to call them. But the scream he heard before, the one to wake him, was his mother's. As he approached their room, his eyes widened as he saw what was there. His parents, his father in bed, plastered on it, and his mother on the floor, burned and dead. He tried to reach for his mother's corpse, but a falling piece of burning debris had him back away, grazing his arm and leaving a burn mark on him. Scared, he ran away from the flames, trying to get out of the house. He went down the stairs, trying to get out through the front door. Locked. He didn't understand. The neighborhood was not a bad one, they didn't need to lock the door, so why was it locked? He didn't have time to answer his own questions. The fire was growing. And the smoke was getting thicker. It was against the ceiling, but even from his level he could smell it and cough. He needed to find a place where he could hide and wait for help. He ran to the bathroom, locking the door behind him and thinking it would keep the fire away. A naive way to think, as the smoke started to creep through the door. Issei collapsed on the floor, fearing for his life. He didn't know what to do, he was scared, he was alone. He just wanted to think this was all a nightmare so he could wake up and go to his parents' room to spend the night with them. But not. The burn on his arm said it all. This was real. All of this was real. His parents were no more, burned to death. And he was alone now, thinking he would also burn. He began to sob as the smoke filled the room, thinking about it all. He wanted his parents or even his best friend Irina to be there to help him. But no one was coming, he knew that. Irina had long since moved to England with her family, there was no one coming to save him. He was alone, he was scared, and he was crying. He was an orphan, he would die, and he didn't know what to do. All those thoughts were inside his head, swirling around, and no one was there to comfort this 8-year-old. Please. Anyone, he begged as the smoke filled the room, followed by a small flame starting to creep through the door. Help me. Forceful activation of the void system detected. Analyzing parameters. A voice began to echo in his head, causing him severe pain. His ears rang, like someone was playing 1,000 bells near them. He didn't even understand what the voice was saying. Subject detected. Issei Hyodo, age 8. Error. The subject has awakened the system prematurely due to the current stress levels. System incomplete. Error. Error. Downloading skill. The pain only got worse as it now felt as if his head was being squeezed in, forcing him to place his hands over his head and let out a silent scream. The download was a success. Successfully downloaded the ultimate, unique skill, Solomon. Issei took in labored breaths as the pain faded, coughing as the smoke got into his lungs. What just happened? He just heard something akin to static in his mind, his ears ringing as well. His vision was blurry due to tears as well. Then he jumped up as he saw the color of the flames approaching him. The bathroom contained multiple cleaning products, meaning chemicals that can catch fire. This was not good, he hadn't thought about that before. Jump in the tub and turn on the cold water. Issei perked up, hearing a voice inside his head talking to him, but it sounded more clear now. It was masculine and sounded rather old, but wise at the same time. He didn't question it though and did as it said, jumping inside the tub and turning on the cold water, shivering as it touched him. Take the towel and wrap it around yourself. Do not turn off the water whatever you do. He followed the instructions of the voice yet again, doing as told. Keep under there until the flames stave off or salvation comes. The voice said, and Issei didn't bother to question it anymore. He stood there, shivering from the cold water, but the temperature was evened out by the fire. As it burned around him, thanks to the humidity, the fire was not getting too close to him. And slowly, the fire burned the walls. The firefighters, police, and an ambulance arrived as fast as they could, the firefighters breaking in and starting to put out the fire. Issei was found in the bathroom. The water reached his knees and he buckled up to his chest. The tub was full and the water kept pouring. The plumbing held, allowing him to survive, but he was cold and shivering, likely sick as well. The firefighters took him out of the tub, the boy offering no resistance. He had long since passed out. They wrapped him in a blanket and took him out to the ambulance to continue with the rest of the house. They later found his parents as well, the sight of the burned bodies being one the firefighters were all too familiar with, unfortunately. The fire was put out within a few hours, and the sun was starting to rise. Issei was taken in an ambulance to the hospital since he could have hypothermia. However, as Issei was unconscious, it wasn't the normal sleep one would expect to have. He had no dream or nightmare considering the situation, and instead found himself in an unfamiliar place. It was all black all around, without a speck of any other color. He found himself here shortly after passing out, wondering what was happening. Too much had happened tonight that his mind was having trouble processing. But maybe he could help. He was not alone in this place, there was someone else there, a person he didn't recognize. He was old, that much he could tell by their graying beard and weary eyes. The man before him was dressed in a purple robe with short sleeves, allowing for white sleeves to come from beneath. He wore a brown sash that was wrapped around his midsection, holding his clothing together, and he held a scepter in his hands made of gold with a golden orb on top decorated with the finest jewels Issei has ever seen, indicating that the man before him was of great wealth. But their facial expression puzzled the young boy. The man before him, as stated before, was old, as indicated by his graying beard, and had wrinkles on the skin visible on his face. His eyes were of a deep blue, but weary looking and staring down at the boy, casting an intimidating presence upon him. His head was covered with a golden crown, a circlet, going around his head made of gold and encrusted with jewels just like his scepter. Issei was timid around this man, for he radiated an air of age and wisdom the likes of which the boy had never met before, yet also one of commandment. Hello, Issei said, trying to see if he could talk to the man. So. The man spoke, and Issei recognized the voice. I see you do know how to greet your elders, boy. The man's tone was polite and somewhat kind to the young Issei. Tell me, young one, where am I? And by what foul art was I brought here? What? Issei said, confused. This man was asking him that. He was the one who wanted to ask him. I thought you knew. I do not know. The man looked at the boy, noticing his age, then remembered how he awakened. He saw through his eyes the smoke coming from the door, a fire, and from the boy's memories, he learned of the room he was in. A bathroom, a place for humans to clean themselves and do other private needs. He saved the boy by guiding him into that tub, thinking he summoned him to save him, but that was clearly not the case. He pondered for a bit, rubbing his beard. Considering that the boy didn't know about him, recognized him, and didn't know what was going on either, the man concluded he didn't know anything either. Both of them were victims of something else. I see. The man replied. Tell me, what is your name, young one? I Issei, sir. Issei Hyodo. The young boy answered. That is a peculiar name. The man muttered, not familiar with the name. He could once again search the boy's memories, but he preferred not to invade the privacy of his mind too much. What land are we in? Land? Do you mean, country? We are in Japan, sir. I am Japanese. Issei replied, and once again the man pondered. He had never heard of Japan before, but looking at the boy and his features he recalled the foreign yellow traders from the Far East. Maybe this land of Japan was a branch of them. The boy did look similar, but different at the same time. I see. Once again, the man said. Ah, where are my manners? He looked at the boy. I am King Solomon of Israel, the wisest man to live. Huh? But, calm yourself, Issei, stuttering won't do anyone any good. You are dead. Issei said, and Solomon flinched. I know, he said, revealing that he was aware of his demise. How could he not? In one moment he was on his deathbed, then in the next one he found himself here. He must admit, however, this land of Japan had some very peculiar things compared to his Israel. No, like, you were dead for years. Years. Boy, tell me now, what year is it? Solomon asked in urgency. It is 2011 after Christ, sir. Issei replied, then watched the king before he gasped in utter shock, dropping his cane even. He stumbled a bit, trying to find his bearing, but he managed to recover and look at the boy in astonishment. Are you all right, sir? You are not lying, Issei. Solomon said, piecing everything together. I can tell. But, after Christ? The Son of God? Yes. I am not really all that religious, but I know the story. Jesus came to earth, being born of Virgin Mary, and grew up, eventually being crucified by the Romans and forgiving humanity's sin, thus allowing our souls to pass into heaven once more. Issei said, the story being a normal one told, especially when he played with Irina. She was the one to tell him. Issei's family followed the old Shinto traditions, so they were not really Catholic or Christian. The Son of God washed humanity's sins. What has happened after my departure? Solomon muttered, slowly putting everything back together. From what he had understood, he was no longer in his kingdom or even his own time, but he is now years into the future, trapped within the body of Issei. He wondered why that was, thinking it was maybe God punishing him for daring to offer the sacrifice of locusts for his lust, but that couldn't be. All his life after that fatal mistake, he had tried to fix it. He prayed day and night, shared his wealth, and tried to do anything to be in God's graces once more. When he made that sacrifice, God took his gift of wisdom and weight. Solomon brought a hand to his head, feeling like he did before the sacrifice. His wisdom was back. But how? Why? Was this not a punishment? Was this perhaps a trial? A way for God to test him if he is perhaps worthy enough in the end to join God's side in heaven? He surely feared the bowels of the underworld. The demons he had imprisoned, enslaved and mocked, humiliated and tortured are all there, likely waiting for him to tear his soul apart. If God took mercy upon him, then all he could do was thank him for offering him this new chance and make sure to do his duty without daring to ever lay eyes on riches or women again. Well, maybe not, considering that it wasn't his body he was in and he had no control. Solomon then looked at Issei again, looking over the situation. His parents were no more, his house had burned, and he was alone. What was he, Solomon, to do with this child? Guide him. But who was this child for Solomon to guide, and towards what should he be guided? The times were new, but Solomon was confident he could learn. Maybe that is what he should focus on first, teaching. He could teach the boy about the supernatural world, and the boy can teach him about the modern world he now found himself in. The boy knew not about the world he found himself in, nor did he know about the beings who lurked in the shadows. Issei, Tell me, what is it that you know about me? Solomon asked, starting to see what the boy knew. Your story is written in the Bible for one. Irina's dad read it to us. Issei said, mentioning the name of Irina, but Solomon didn't ask about the name. He was pleased to hear that his testament had become part of the holy book, though, very much so. It tells of how you were the wise king of Jerusalem, and how you gathered many riches, wives, and built God's first temple. Oh, it also tells of how you had demons captured and enslaved, but I think that is mostly biblical exaggeration since beings like that do not exist. Solomon growled in disapproval. Not exactly, Issei. Huh? Wait, demons exist? Issei said in a mild panic. They are as real as the both of us. In fact, the entire world of the supernatural is. Every beast, being, God, and so on that you have learned of or heard of is real, my boy. And they are closer than you imagine. The king spoke from experience, remembering how close demons were around his kingdom. Damn you, Ornias. May you forever live drowned in feces. But, then, why, there is a lot you do not know, Issei. Solomon said, cutting him off. But I will teach you. I do not know my purpose for being here, but I suspect that I was placed within you to guide you on your journey through life. I can teach you many things. Issei seemed to shrink from hearing that, feeling nervous. Like? Solomon sighed, looking up at the non-existent sky of the realm. Everything. Can you teach me how to revive my parents? Solomon quickly looked down at the boy, seeing him with tears in his eyes. I saw them. They are dead, aren't they? His voice was breaking, and his sobbing slowly began. Solomon looked upon him with pity, feeling sorry for the boy. In one night, he lost it all. The king wished he could say such a thing was possible, but he did not lie. Instead, he simply went to him and hugged the boy close. For Issei, this felt somewhat like how a grandfather would hug their grandson. I am sorry, Issei, but I cannot. Issei jolted in his arms, his tears pouring now without control. He cried in Solomon's robes, but the old king knew only one way to comfort him. Cry all you want, child, for it is normal. Death comes and goes, taking everything it touches to the afterlife and leaving those like you behind. Those who loved the ones they took. But do not blame it, because this is just how it is. In order for a new door to open, another must close. In order for a new life to begin, one must end. Issei seemed to calm down somewhat as he talked. Your parents died, yes, but they are not forgotten. The flames took them, but you must not blame the fire. Then a thought struck him. How did the fire start? Solomon was so focused on the revelations the boy revealed to him that the thought completely evaded him. How did the fire start? The fire was going from the upper floor to the lower one, which is not normal. No natural or accidental fire would work like that. No. Solomon quickly realized. Issei's parents didn't die in a fire. They were murdered using fire. His fist clenched itself, feeling bile build in his stomach. Who would do something like this and why? Why try to kill an entire family? What possible twisted reason could they have? Why leave a child without its parents? Issei looked up at him, seeing the grave expression on his face. Solomon? The king looked back at the boy slowly, deciding to tell him. Issei, how did the fire start? He asked. The fire? I don't know. The stove at home was electric, and we are always careful not to put anything flammable near it when it is still hot. The boy said. And the fire seemed to come from my parents' bedroom, but they had no candles lit. He shuddered. They usually light them when they want to do grown-up stuff. Solomon didn't dare question how the boy stumbled upon that information. The parents were likely sloppy in hiding their bedroom activities or too loud. I don't know how the fire started, Mr. Solomon. Call me just Solomon, Issei. The king replied, not feeling well being called Mr. Oh, call me Issei then. It is kind of my nickname. A shortened version of his name? Solomon had nothing against it. But why were you interested in how the fire started? Solomon took a moment to find his words, then he looked at Issei directly. Eyes, know that my words are possibly not going to be to your liking, but it is the truth I have reached. The fire was not started by something in your home. Someone started it. Issei's eyes widened. What? But who would do something like this? I do not know, Solomon said, gritting his teeth. Not knowing the reason behind such a drastic action angered him, frustrating him. Nor do I know their goal. Mom. Dad, Issei muttered as he felt the tears build up in his eyes again, but this time he whipped them away. No. I won't cry. I have to be strong. My parents were murdered. I have to find the one who did it and punish them. Easy there, eyes. Solomon said, noticing the boy's fire. You cannot go after whoever did this by yourself. You are but a child and the one who did it might have been an adult. Not to mention you mustn't let vengeance be your friend. Why not? He asked, anger surfacing. Because it will bring shame upon you and your parents. Issei flinched as Solomon shouted at him. Taking revenge on your parents' murderer is not something I tell you not to do, but you must do it with a leveled head. If you end up becoming the same monster you sought out, then you will not bring your parents peace, but shame for all eternity. First, grow up, grow strong, and be smart. Learn, for I will teach you about the old ways, even magic, and you will teach me about the modern world so I can guide you through it. Fine, Issei sighed, listening to Solomon. What now? Now. Solomon looked up, noticing how the space around them was breaking apart. Now you must wake up. Up until now, we have been talking inside your mindscape, a place within yourself. But you have no mastery over it, meaning you cannot simply bring it forth. I will teach you how to do it later, but for now, you are waking up. Will I see you again? Issei asked the king. I was the one to save you before, child. Despite not being there with a body, I am always in your mind, guiding you. I see what you see, hear what you hear. I am never away. Issei looked down as the cracks started to reach all around them, white light pouring through. I am scared, Solomon. What am I going to do now without my parents there? Let the adults take care of you, Issei. Trust them. Solomon replied. And trust me. The world around them finally broke into pieces, and Issei vanished from the mindscape, leaving Solomon there by himself. Or so the old king believed, but he felt it. A presence, powerful and old, slumbering with the boy. He looked around, searching for its source, and he saw it. A crimson spark at the edge of this white wasteland. Who are you? Issei woke up in the hospital, roughly 2 days after the fire, and when he did, he immediately noticed some changes to his vision. Solomon didn't know what those were either, stating he only now just noticed them as he was sharing Issei's senses, including his sight. It was like a small picture of himself in the corner of his vision with a circular bar around his picture and a green bar above a blue one. He didn't know what was with those, but something about it made him feel strange. But then he noticed the state he was in. His arm was bandaged and he had been treated for everything. The nurse announced to the doctor what happened and even notified him that his parents were dead. It was no dream. He really was alone now. The doctor apologized to him, but Issei just let his tears fall. The talk with Solomon had him somewhat prepared for this, but in truth, he was still unable to accept it was happening. Later, the police came and asked some questions of him, but before he could answer, Solomon spoke in his mind, telling him not to reveal the supernatural or anything related to it, and only told them he woke up and saw the fire, then panicked and went to the bathroom where he was found. Considering he was but a child, they didn't press further, leaving it at that. He was discharged soon and it was decided that he will be taken to an orphanage. However, it was also decided that he will not be staying in Kuo. Due to the possible trauma and the chance of him stumbling upon the ruins of his old home, not to mention the fact he might try to run away to it, it was decided that they will move him to another town's orphanage. It was decided to send him to the small city of Mei, located further south of Kuo. Mei was not very large all things considered, having only its own schools, 2 orphanages, a few stores here and there, the residential area, and so on, but lacked things such as a public pool, cinema, mall, anything an overall bigger city would have. But it was nice and peaceful, an environment they saw fit in order to help Issei recover from the traumatic event. So that is how he was moved there and placed in an orphanage in Mei. His time there proved difficult as he had a hard time getting along with the other children, but the encouragement from Solomon made it somewhat easier. The first day went down without a hitch, and later that evening, as most other children were preparing for sleep, Issei snuck out and went to the backyard. Solomon said he could teach him magic, so that is what he was there to learn. But the two of them hit a wall, and it felt like it too. When Solomon instructed him to do a simple, novice motion in which he simply focused and brought forth a raw sphere of magic, both of them were struck by a powerful headache. Solomon had no way to explain it at first, but after the second try, he was certain of it. He informed Issei that they cannot train his magic, as something was blocking them. Solomon found it strange, and even stranger it affected him as well. But then he remembered the bars, which Issei has previously noted to resemble the ones from a video game. Took a long explanation to Solomon on what those were, but the king seemed to recall some stuff after that about something. But they were fuzzy memories, and he himself could not understand them, so he kept his mouth shut about them. He did have an inkling suspicion that those bars were connected to their hardships in magic, but no confirmation. As the days flew by, however, Solomon was not lazing around. He noticed a crimson spark before and he has been trying to see what it was for a while now. He usually did it while Issei was asleep so he didn't disturb him. He discovered he could somewhat use his own magic within this realm, so for some days now he has been focusing, trying to open it and see what it was that was hiding within. But it was holding well. A few weeks had passed already, and Issei, with Solomon's help, was learning well and studying even better. Issei said he found it strange, as he was never this smart before, and Solomon attributed it to him being inside the boy's head. It might be that his presence is enhancing his intelligence, which is likely. How? He had no idea. Issei had been effectively showing a more advanced intelligence compared to his peers his age, which Solomon took kindly since it was good to be smart. But wise? That is another thing altogether. But again, the king couldn't help but think of the bars and the details of video games Issei told him before. But some things were strange. At times, Issei would get sudden small headaches that lasted no more than a few seconds. It was noticed by the adults and investigated, but they found nothing wrong in the end. Unable to figure out what caused those, Issei was not held for further investigations and allowed to continue as normal. The headaches never stopped, however, and even Solomon was at a loss as to what they might be. But again, he heavily suspected the bars. Something about them just doesn't sit right with him. But all of that considered, the first period in which Issei was an orphan was pretty calm. He made some friends in the orphanage, other kids his age, and Solomon had been teaching him well, fulfilling his role and advising him on some situations. He even had Issei play chess against one of the nuns running the place and the woman was shocked to find herself beaten in 3 moves. Solomon was proud to see his skills didn't rust. Games like those were his specialty when he had the time to play, and the second round of chess, with the nun no longer holding back, saw Issei and Solomon win in 7 moves. The wise king enjoyed such games. However, today was different. The crimson spark within Issei's inner self was growing, and Solomon was certain it wasn't all his merit. Something was awakening. Something powerful, that much he could feel. Issei, the boy, was currently at lunch, eating with the others. They had learned how to talk without the use of verbal inputs. "What is it, Solomon?" Issei asked, feeling a hint of urgency from him. "After lunch, go straight to your room and lock the door. Something is about to happen." Issei perked up hearing that, feeling worried for himself and the others. "Calm yourself. I do not know what it is, but it doesn't seem to be dangerous. But it is definitely supernatural. We cannot let normal humans find out about its existence." "Why, yes." Issei replied internally and quickly finished his food, running to his room afterward and locking the door. Within the white space where Solomon was, the king was standing right before the spark as its glow increased. It was bright, hot red in color, and growing. Whatever it was, Solomon was wary of it. "Solomon." Issei reached out to him. The boy was in his room, sitting on his bed. "Issei, stand calm." The king replied. "I am looking at it right now. Whatever it is, it will awaken shortly." But his mind began to wonder. Was this why the fire was started? This power was great. He only felt something like this back in his days when he enslaved Beelzebub, but this was greater than even the demon of gluttony. The reason was sound, thinking someone tried to kill Issei in order to get rid of him because of this power, but what was it? "Should I do anything?" Issei asked. "No, stay in your room," Solomon said again, grabbing his cane in his hands and trying to focus. He approached the light, looking at its center, and raised his scepter, beginning a chant. "As the sun sets in the west and rises in the east, so does my word renew itself. I, Solomon, command thee to unveil yourself." He then struck the light with the tip of his cane and the light around him turned to fire. His eyes widened and he jumped back, watching the landscape change around him. "What is this?" he muttered. "Solomon, something is happening with my hand." Issei shouted in alarm, and Solomon looked through his eyes, seeing a green and red light coming from his left hand. What is going on? Who dares command me? Solomon and Issei both heard the voice, and Solomon turned around to see the owner of it, but his breath was cut as he laid eyes on the mighty beast. Before him stood a great dragon with scales of crimson and shining green eyes. The dragon was great and bipedal, and his scales were like armor. A bright green gem located in his chest and multiple pairs of wings sprouting from his back. The dragon looked down at Solomon and his own eyes widened. By the heavens, Solomon? Diedrich. Solomon shouted in equal shock. Wait. What? Issei asked, hearing the two voices inside his head calling themselves by name. You two know each other? Yes, but I didn't recognize him at first, Solomon replied. Then he went to the dragon, Diedrich doing the same in kind. The dragon let his claw down and Solomon grabbed one of the claws, offering some kind of shake. It is good to see you again, old friend. Likewise, Solomon, likewise, Diedrich replied. But tell me, what are you doing within the body of my new host? Your host? Solomon asked, confused. Wait, what is happening? Issei asked, attracting Diedrich's attention, but it seemed Solomon was also confused. Allow me to explain then, Diedrich said, standing. Solomon, you died a long time ago. I am aware of that already, Diedrich, Solomon replied to his friend. And before you ask, I have no idea how I ended up in this child's body. Last I can recall was me giving my final breath on my deathbed, then I woke up here. I see. Diedrich nodded. In that case, allow me to introduce myself to my host. What is your name, boy? Issei Hyodo. What is this on my hand, by the way? Solomon looked through Issei's eyes again, seeing some sort of gauntlet on his hand. But the color scheme is what attracted Solomon's attention. Diedrich. As I said, old friend, a lot happened when you died, Diedrich said, then continued with his story. Issei Hyodo. My name is Diedrich Gox, the Welsh dragon, also known as the Heavenly Dragon of Domination, or the Red Dragon Emperor. I am here because you have been born with the boosted gear, the sacred gear in which I am sealed. Sealed, Solomon echoed, but that was not the only thing that had him surprised. Wait a minute, Diedrich, what is it with all those titles? What is a sacred gear? What happened? I knew you'd ask, Solomon. After your demise, a lot happened, as I said before. The three factions of angels, fallen angels, and devils went to war, my old friend. They waged war against each other and fought until their populations became crippled. But no side stopped. After your demise, I grew in power and became known as the Heavenly Dragon of Domination, becoming powerful enough to destroy both gods and Satans alike. Sacred gears are tools created by God himself for the human race to help them, to give them a way to fight back against the superior power of the supernatural. They range from simple power boosts to being capable of destroying worlds, but the latter is only 13 in number. Those are the Longinus, among which the gear I possess, boosted gear, counts among. Is this why my parents were killed? Issei asked, looking down at the gear in his hand. Killed? Issei, my boy, I am afraid so. Tell me, Diedrich, do people try to eliminate those with Longinus gears? Solomon asked. Unfortunately, yes, Diedrich confirmed. If detected early, they either try to recruit or destroy us. I lost more than one host because of assassinations when they were children. Wait. Don't tell me it happened again. Nearly. Solomon said, standing up in rage. They set fire to Issei's home and killed his parents as a result. My apologies, had you not been born with me, Issei, none of that would have happened. It's not your fault, Diedrich, Issei said, trying not to make him feel bad. It is the fault of the ones who set the fire, not you. You didn't do anything. You are too kind, Issei, Diedrich replied, then he decided to continue. But Solomon, know that nothing is over. The way the war ended, the way I became sealed, was because I fought my rival and our fight caused so much chaos the three factions made a truce to unite and strike us down. We were even in power, and his name is Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, also known as the Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy. Like me, he is sealed within his own gear, divine dividing, which is also a Longinus. Since then, we had our hosts do the fighting between us. So you're telling me Issei will have to one day fight this Albion's host? Solomon asked. Huh, But I don't want to fight anyone. I just want to find justice for my parents. I am sorry. I truly am. But there is no stopping it. I and Albion always find each other and fight, no matter how prepared a host might be. Tell me, Issei, how old are you? 8? At this, Diedrich looked like he was told he was a pathetic lizard. 8? Are you kidding me? The earliest anyone was able to awaken the boosted gear was 14, not a year earlier, Diedrich said, feeling an opportunity here.
Solomon cleared his throat. I think that is my fault. I noticed a certain spark of power and tried to pry it open since the incident. I might have accidentally awakened the boosted gear early. But is there an issue? On the contrary, Solomon, this is brilliant. Diedrich said. Issei, know that if you want to master my power you will need to train hard. Most users of my gear would need some time before awakening the balance breaker. I will explain it later. But since you are so young, I have high expectations that by the time we fight Albion and his host, we will be more than ready. What makes you so sure, Diedrich? Solomon asked with skepticism. Because the current White Dragon Emperor cannot be much older than Issei, maybe 2 or 3 years his senior. I know because our last hosts died at the same time, and there is usually a small difference like that when the gears are given. Diedrich explained. Albion's host likely doesn't have its gear active yet, while Issei does, meaning we are already ahead.
Easy there, old friend. Solomon said, preventing Diedrich from forcing Issei to train. Issei is but a boy, so even if we do train him to fight, we must do it with that in mind. Very well. But let's at least try and unlock the next stage of the boosted gear before the end of the year. My gear has multiple stages, each hiding an ability. It will be a small while before it is fully awakened, but for now, the supernatural should leave him mostly alone. Currently, in this form, the boosted gear resembles and lets out the aura of a simple twice critical, a low-level gear. He is safe. Solomon smiled, but then it dropped. Unfortunately, old friend, there is one more thing you need to be aware of. Hey? Ch1 of 33 next, Chapter 2, The Black Cat.
It has been roughly half a year since Issei's parents died and he awoke with King Solomon within him, and later with the Red Dragon, Diedrich, as well. During this time, Solomon and Diedrich had been talking a lot, and Diedrich put Solomon up to speed with the recent events that he missed while he was mostly deceased. Finding out that Lucifer was dethroned and that male whore from the Grimoire house took his throne as reason enough to laugh for a decade. Issei did inquire what was the word used there, to which Diedrich explained it together with Solomon.
They already messed up, and might as well introduce the boy to some more mature words.
Granted, Solomon is making efforts to try and regulate Issei's use of vulgarities as they didn't want him swearing up and down like a drunken sailor. An easy task, but overall, he was a good kid. But when Issei asked Solomon why he had such an opinion, he was more than happy to actually boast about his greatest achievement. He alone bound to servitude the original 72 houses, which included the original Asmodeus and Beelzebub as well. He also said that he enslaved some other devils on the side as well, although during his time the term demon was more popular. But back on his reason, the first Grimoire was a total whore and lesbian. The simple fact she had children, which means she took a man in bed, makes the king think she was in the end a bit bi. But he was no fool to fully think that. Based on what Diedrich said, though, Solomon admitted that even the underworld is different from what he remembered. It is likely all of his old servants, or at least a large number of them, are no more as well. But that got Issei curious as to how Solomon was able to enslave so many devils, to which he was happy to reply. Back when he was still a servant of God, when God's first temple in his city of Jerusalem was being built, one day a worker came to him. He was losing weight, and looked increasingly tired, at death's door even. That led Solomon to discover the devil, Ornias, who was taking half of everything the man was earning during the night, and so he asked God for help. He sent Michael to him with a ring bearing a mighty seal able to bind the malevolent beings to servitude. From there, he managed to capture Ornias, and with his unwilling help he slowly had more and more demons enslaved, putting them to work on his temple.
Solomon then told Issei about the seal, later known as the Seal of Solomon, and how it worked. As it turns out, the ring was unnecessary. If Issei could simply draw it out on the floor and trick a devil or fallen angel into it, then they'd become bound to him. The only problem with that was the fact he was unable to use magic. Without the ability to use magic, he couldn't use the seal either.
Not just that, but the seal was a feeble thing. Although it could bind the unholy to serve the user, all it takes is one fatal sin towards God to break it. Solomon admitted with shame how he turned his back on God for a woman, his lust and greed overtaking him, then how he felt God leave him as he became stupid and all devils he had bound roamed free. The main point was that the seal was easy to break but hard to accomplish. They decided not to waste time on it, instead focusing on Issei's sacred gear training, which Diedrag oversaw with glee, but Solomon regulated. Diedrag couldn't tell what the issue with his magic was either, and if that was not bad enough, the entire game-like ability Issei seemed to have was fucking with their progress. They noticed that Issei's growth rate was abnormal, and he would get headaches every so often, especially after completing a certain quest that came as soon as Diedrag and Solomon began to train him.
Daily training. Objective. Train until Diedrag and Solomon tell you it is enough for the day.
Reward. 500 Express. This quest is a daily, repeatable quest.
The dragon had no way to counter the words of the wise king, for he was wiser than the dragon and spoke the truth.
Issei was still very young. Yes, and this whole game thing was strange, as neither Diedrag has ever seen something akin to it. And even if he was ahead of the white dragon, this thing was bound to be a pain in the ass, especially as there was no telling if Issei was even progressing. The only indicator was the circular bar around his picture in the corner of his vision and how it turned yellow as it filled with express. After it was completed the first time, however, Issei was struck by a powerful headache. They could go slow with his training, keep a steady pace, and slowly progress as he got better. Granted, that was easier said than done. Either after or during training sessions Issei would get headaches, and at a much more pronounced rate than before as Solomon noticed. He linked the after-training ones to the quest completing and granting Issei Express, but he was at a loss for the rest. As for where he was going to train, May was no big town, it had some wilderness around it. All Issei had to do was leave the orphanage and go to the woods and return by curfew, easy. Survive through the training. A bit challenging. Even if Solomon was regulating it, Diedrag was still working Issei to the bone. Strangely, Solomon also noticed how their express bar would deplete by a bit after every time they slept, even reducing Issei from level 2 to level 1 again, but it was a rate easily upset by their training, which earned more express than what was taken, even if by a little.
As such, by the time Issei was level 5, 6 months of training later, Solomon noted that the drain seemed worse the higher the level, but luckily for them, chores at the orphanage seemed to earn some express as well, allowing them to still progress. He managed to unlock the next form of his sacred gear.
Diedrag mentioned there was a third and final form, but the one they had achieved now, a red claw-shaped gauntlet with yellow accents and green inscriptions, was the one Diedrag was waiting for. It allowed Issei to use Diedrag's main ability, boost, to double his power for a certain amount of time. Best part. It was not a singular boost, but one that could be done every 10 seconds and without a cooldown once he achieved Balance Breaker.
But then another big headache hit and a list of skills was brought to Issei. Namely, the ones given by his gear.
Boosted gear skills. Unique boost max, the user can double their original stats every 10 seconds. Only works on STR, Doer, AGI, and MGI. Each use of the boost ability takes 50 sta, and the user can only do one boost for every 5 original Doer. The effects of this skill last for 5 minutes, no matter the number of times it has been used. This cannot double the user's stamina, mana, or HP. Additionally, the user can store the boosted values to later release using the skill, Explosion. Unique Explosion max, the user releases the stored values doubled with the use of boost. However, the user can only store up 1 boost worth of power for every 10 original Doer. However, it is also to be noted that after Explosion is used, the user's STA will be constantly drained at a rate that depends on the amount of boost, at 25 sta, min, per boost. After the user's STA falls below 100, the status effect, Reset, is applied. The user can store up increased values with this skill, as they do not count towards the limit of the boost skill. Status effects specific to the boosted gear. Reset after the user uses explosion and their stamina falls under 100. This status effect comes into play, making the user unable to use boost or explosion again until their stamina is back at 50%. Burst if the user's stamina falls below 10 while using the power of the boosted gear, then this status effect comes into play. Once activated, the user's boosted stats are returned to their original values. They become unable to use boost until their stamina is back at 50%, and their HP will be shaved for each boost used, either immediately or from explosion -5% per boost. Cannot drop HP until 0. Blasted hell. Ddraig was understandably outraged that whatever was making Issei barely progress was also affecting him. Later, they learned that Issei could, for now, perform 2, boost, and store 1. That allowed Solomon, based on the text of the skills, to guess that Issei's DUR was around 10 or so. But they had other pressing matters to attend to as well instead of trying to fix Ddraig's emotional state. Namely, making sure what happened in Kuo doesn't repeat itself. The boosted gear, being a draconic gear, gave Issei a dragon-like aura that made him stick out like a sore thumb, attracting unwanted attention. Solomon helped Issei master the concealing of his aura the next day to a point where they won't need to worry about low-level creatures feeling anything in particular, namely other humans. However, when they did, it somehow caused yet another headache. This time was somewhat worse than before, and true enough, it came with another notification of a skill of some kind. Aura Suppression, Level 1, 100/400. This skill enables the gamer to hide their aura and power from other beings, making them seem like a normal human being for the most part. At its current level, the skill is able to hide the user's power from most low-class devils, angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings, allowing the user to pass unnoticed.
Currently, the skill can prevent the listed beings from detecting the user entirely, and even conceal the power of their sacred gear completely. However, mid-class beings can detect his power, but not clearly, meaning they are unable to tell if he has a sacred gear or not, or if he is just a magician.
High-class beings are able to bypass this skill at its current level. Additionally, the Yokai are able to bypass this skill entirely, no matter the level. This skill has no cost. This skill does not affect the bonus given by error to the gamer's relationship points.
Whatever this shit is, it is starting to look bugged to me, Ddraig said, noticing that the text seemed glitchy and the error part did no good to reinforce the opposite. But Issei was in dire need of help, as Solomon shouted at Ddraig right after. Issei was on his knees on the ground, holding his head. Issei, can you hear me? Talk to me, boy. Solomon shouted, worried for his well-being. He got spooked when he noticed blood slowly dripping from Issei's nose, but the boy managed to eventually reply when the headache went down a bit. I am fine, but that headache was the worst one yet, he remarked.
Indeed. Whatever happened, it seems that gaining that skill, or whatever the hell it is, caused it.
Solomon? What do you propose then? Ddraig asked, seeing the king being in deep thought. We cannot afford to put Issei through harm, Ddraig. Who knows what else this blasted, gamer, abnormality has in store. For all we know, the next headache might cause brain damage to Issei. What? I can die, Issei said, making Solomon realize that his and Ddraig's conversation was not exactly private.
Forgive me, my boy, for scaring you, but I will be truthful. There is that possibility. Because of that, I think it is best we lessen your training from here on out and do fewer chores around the orphanage so as to not strain yourself. I know this will make us progress even slower, but we won't be slacking off entirely. We will do just enough to maintain and slowly increase our current level. However, I think I could teach you some magical theory, no practical teachings or practice. With some luck, you could at least learn a bit about magic, so when we ever manage to break this curse or whatever it is, you can have an easier time. Solomon said, and Ddraig nodded in agreement. The king was wise for a reason, and he was right. They didn't know if this headache was the worst that could happen, nor were they willing to try. As much as Ddraig didn't want to, taking it slow seemed to be the smart choice here. I understand, Issei replied. Do you think I will always be like this? It sounds like I will always be weak. Sorry, Ddraig, if I am a bad host. Don't talk like that, partner. Nothing is set in stone. One day we will find out what is causing all of this, and when we do, you will find yourself kicking ass sooner than you know. The dragon said to cheer up Issei, which seemed to work. Now take some snow and wash your bloody nose. We better not worry the orphanage staff.
It was cold outside today, as Issei stood in the forest. Winter was here, so Solomon had suggested they take it easier when the snow started, since a sick Issei is something none of them wanted. And after Issei washed off his bloody nose with some clean snow, he began walking back to the orphanage. Solomon, deciding to make conversation to take Issei's mind off the headaches and slow progress, began.
I wonder what we will have for dinner today. He had been able to share more of Issei's senses, including his sense of taste and smell lately, which is a testament to him learning about his own situation. Diedrag tried to share the senses as well, but they discovered that three beings using one set of senses caused some damage to Issei, so they decided to split them. Maybe soba.
As long as it is something spicy, I have no complaints, Diedrag said. What about you, Issei? Any hopes for tonight's dinner? I hope it is nothing with tofu. Yuck, the boy said, sounding disgusted and even sticking his tongue out. The elderly beings within him shared a small laugh. Now, eyes, it is not good to be picky, Solomon said, acting somewhat like a grandfather for the boy. You do want to grow big and strong, yes. Better eat up. I know, Issei said, giving up the fight before it started. He looked up at the sky, seeing the clouds swarming around and blocking the sun. Do you think it will snow today? Well, it has been getting colder and colder by the day. I personally never saw snow that often, given my kingdom's location, but I did travel to places where it did snow and I can say it is likely to fall soon. Solomon replied. If you ask me, the clouds look kind of heavy, so I reckon there is a high chance tonight, Diedrag said. I wonder how Christmas will be, Issei said, sounding somewhat sad, a thing the two beings within noticed. He pulled his knees to his chest, looking down and casting a weak, sad smile. This will be my first Christmas without Mom and Dad there.
Eyes, Solomon and Diedrag couldn't lie, they both felt sorry for the boy. Solomon was sad to see him like this. The child has grown to be a good friend of the old king, and Diedrag felt guilty. Because of him, Issei's parents were now dead, and even though the child has said again and again that he held no grudge against him, Diedrag didn't let go of the guilt. As far as he was concerned, the death of his parents was blood that stained his hands.
We are always here if you need us, Eyes, Diedrag said. How about this? We have been postponing this for a while, but what about we try achieving the mindscape so we can all meet face to face? That is an option, yes. With all of the chaos with balancing Issei's normal and supernatural life, his training, and studies, I completely forgot about that, Solomon said. Honestly, I feel like some kind of secretary.
I guess, Issei muttered slowly, looking at the ground. I haven't seen you, Solomon, since I met you back when my house burned down, and I never saw Diedrag. He looked down at his arm, noticing the scar. It happened during the fire, when he went to his parents' room to look for them, and it remained there, a reminder of what happened and of the duty he now had to find and bring justice. How long will it take us? Achieving the mindscape is not an advanced skill per se, and you already have experience with it. We should be able to fulfill it within a few hours once you are back at the orphanage, Solomon replied. Okay. Yeah, I think I can do that, Issei said, then he jumped off the log, the boosted gear dismissed for now. Let's go. He then started walking back to the orphanage, taking the familiar path out of the woods and back into May, walking along the sidewalk. He gazed up briefly, noticing how the clouds started to look somewhat thicker and heavier. The wind was also picking up, and the cold air made him shiver slightly, making him quicken his pace. However, a certain sound caught his attention. It sounded like a sneeze, but it was no human one, but a smaller, cuter one. He turned to his right, noticing a black cat on the sidewalk, looking at him with its large, hazel golden eyes. Hey there, Issei said, approaching the cat and sticking his hand forth, making sure to approach the cat slowly and push his hand from beneath, not above, as to not scare it. Are you cold? He asked, and the cat went closer, sniffing him a bit, and even looked up at him. However, and for a reason Issei didn't understand, the cat seemed to flinch for a bit, its eyes going slit. Issei noticed this and found it strange that the cat seemed to get scared of him. Hey, it's okay.
I won't hurt you. He spoke gently, but that was when Solomon and Diedrich talked. Careful, Issei, stray cats can be dangerous. Hum. Diedrich was mostly silent, feeling something strange about this cat.
It didn't attack me yet, though. Besides, it seems to be cold out here. Issei replied in his mind, since talking to himself was strange, especially in a populated area. He then noticed the cat sneezing again and rubbed its nose with its paw. Oh, are you cold? Here. He slowly got his hands closer to the cat and it allowed him to touch it, lifting it up and placing it inside his coat. There. This should warm you up. The cat meowed and looked up at him, but it started to purr slowly as the warmth comforted it. Eyes. You know full well children are not allowed with animals in the orphanage, especially strays. Solomon scolded him lightly. What are you going to do with it? Even if you put it down now, it might follow you.
Well, technically, animals are not allowed inside of the building, but there is the yard. Solomon's brow raised upon hearing him. Namely the shack out back. I could leave it there, it would give it shelter from the cold. That does work and it is not against the rules of the place, Diedrich said. Solomon sighed. When has the student become wiser than its teacher?
Sounding like it was decided, Issei took the cat back with him to the orphanage, deciding to go inside through the yard where he left the cat at the shack out back. This will be his little secret. Then he went inside and managed to find some food for it, returning to it. Sorry, it is just some scraps, but it is all I could find, he said, handing the food to the cat, which it ate lavishly. Someone's hungry, Solomon remarked. There. Issei then stroked the cat a bit, and it started to purr again, even rubbing its own head against his palm. It seems accustomed to humans. Maybe it ran away from home. Possibly, or it was abandoned. Seeing how it doesn't have a collar, I reckon that was the case as well, Solomon said. Issei looked at the cat as it finished eating, then he kept stroking it for a bit, the feline purring happily. It was still a bit cold in the shack, but not as cold as outside. Unfortunately, Issei had to go and left the cat there. It could leave, there were plenty of holes inside the old shack that the cat could sneak through, and Issei knew that. But as he left, the kitty stayed behind, looking at the window and finding itself a spot to sleep on a bag. However, it kept looking at the door, as if it was interested in Issei for some reason. Very much so. But it shouldn't think that this little pussy was safe. Diedrich knew something was up, and the cat didn't even know it. But back inside the orphanage and his room, Issei spent a bit of time focusing in order to achieve the mindscape again, and after a few headaches, he finally managed to do it. He simply went to sleep and focused, and he indeed awakened in the same place he previously met Solomon, but it was changed. There was a lot of fire around and it seemed like he was floating, and then he saw him. Diedrich was there, standing proud over him. He welcomed Issei within the mindscape, a gesture Solomon mimicked, then they talked, and Issei even climbed on Diedrich's head once, much to Solomon's amusement. The following day, Issei made sure to bring the cat a bit of food he sneaked from breakfast and some milk before going off to train in the woods. But unaware of him, the cat followed him, climbing upon the roofs of houses, and hiding in the bushes around the area. The snow didn't fall last night, but the clouds were still there. The cat followed him into the woods, where it climbed into a tree, wondering what the child was doing there. All right, Diedrich, I am ready, Issei said, holding out his hand. Once he did, the boosted gear manifested, which shocked the cat. The boy was too young to have unlocked his sacred gear at such a young age. Boost. The announcement shouted from the gear as Issei boosted himself once, then the 10-second cooldown began. Now, Issei, I will try to teach you a small move a previous wielder designed. It is called Dragon Shot. Since you can use boost now, you should be able to call it forth. It is an attack made of pure draconic power generated each time you use the boosted gear. You need to focus and visualize the energy at the tip of your finger while you hold it in any way you like. Diedrich explained, with Solomon watching intensely. If Issei got any sort of major headache, then they will call off the training immediately. Issei nodded his head and he held up his armored arm, aiming toward an old, dry oak. Then, listening to Diedrich, he began to focus a bit, gathering the power. The small sphere formed at the tip of his index finger as he held his fingers like some kind of gun. Then, unfortunately, he heard a branch snap, which affected his focus, resulting in the sphere going away. Oh no, he exclaimed, worried that he disappointed Diedrich. It's okay, Issei. Take a few moments to relax and try again, Diedrich said, reassuring him. The cat, however, was intrigued. For such a young boy to have awakened the boosted gear and already starting to learn how to cause damage, that either meant luck or talent, but she didn't care. For the cat, it only meant one thing: protection. No one would dare try to get to her if the Red Dragon Emperor was protecting her. Sure, no one was going to take a child seriously, but when he grew up, not even that fool of Sirzex will dare mess with her. The power of the Dragon of Domination was feared all through the underworld and heaven, after all, and everyone only ever sought to ally themselves with the Red or White Dragon Emperors, even if it meant effectively making an enemy of the other one. It was cowardice, using the strong and hiding behind them, but can she be blamed? Her sin has already made her a wanted criminal, meaning she needed someplace to hide or someone to protect her, and this boy was the perfect fit. But as she watched him train, she noticed how hard he was working, but not that efficient, not to mention he seemed to stop every now and then due to some migraines or something regarding his head. Poor soul, it must be painful. She needs a strong dragon to hide behind. So she began to think of a way to make things work in her favor. But she remembered the place he brought her, an orphanage, meaning that the boy was up for adoption. Now, she wasn't really of age to adopt, and she was scared a bit, but everything can be fixed with a good illusion.
The Red Dragon Emperor will become hers, her protection, and in time, her lover. The snow couldn't choose a better moment to fall either. Issei walked back to the orphanage after training again for the day and did so slowly.
In part, because he was tired, and in part because of the pretty snow that was falling from the sky, and in part because he was recovering from another headache that was part of the more major category. Now, it was evening and the wind was picking up, meaning he should be hurrying up to the orphanage, but he couldn't help but admire the falling snow. It was so pretty in his eyes, so pure, so innocent. Solomon also watched it with awe, having barely seen snow before in his living days, but Diedrich simply dreaded the cold. He was, truth be told, still sad about spending this coming Christmas without anyone, but Diedrich and Solomon helped him cope with it. He could hide his presence as the Red Dragon Emperor, so the orphanage was safe. He eventually arrived at the orphanage, opened the door, and walked inside, placing his shoes next to the other ones and waiting until they dried up. But as he walked inside the orphanage, one of the nuns came up to him. "Oh, Issei, thank the Lord you arrived," the nun said, sounding pretty cheerful for some reason. "There is someone here who would like to talk to you." "Huh, me? Why?" he asked, but then Solomon and Diedrich perked up. "An adoption?" Solomon asked. "It seems fishy. It is pretty late and they are asking for Issei specifically," Diedrich said, voicing his concern. "Be wary, eyes." Issei listened to his mentors, and before the nun could ask, he continued. "Did they ask for me by name?" he inquired, and the nun stopped for a second. "No, not really, but did give a description of you, a pretty detailed one at that. I mean, we do have other kids with brown hair and eyes, but you are the only one with a scar on your arm," the nun replied, and Solomon, Diedrich, and even Issei felt skeptical about this. "But let's not dilly-dally. Let's go. She wants to meet you." Without wasting any time, the nun took Issei to another room where he noticed a strange woman talking to the administrator of the orphanage. And Issei's opinion was shared by Solomon, a fact that surprised him. "What a beauty!" Solomon exclaimed before Diedrich sighed. "Damn it, Solomon. I know you like women, but try to focus. That is no normal broad, don't you see?" Diedrich said, sounding alarmed, something both Solomon and Issei picked on, but Solomon didn't quite get. "Right, your senses are more limited. In that case, let me say it straight. She is a supernatural being, a Nekosho. I can feel her aura and smell, there is doubt about it." "Are they dangerous?" Issei asked in his mind. "Very, but I do not know what this one's reasons might be with you. There is a chance we were careless and she knows you are the Red Dragon Emperor, a situation in which you have to be ready to either fight or run," Diedrich said. I agree with Diedrag, Solomon added. If this being is as dangerous as you make her sound to be, then we must be ready. Even if she looks fairly young. Don't be deceived by looks. As the two talked, Issei made eye contact with the woman, noticing her looks. As far as he could tell, Solomon was right, she was beautiful, very much so.
Her hazel golden eyes, though familiar, he couldn't remember where.
But he couldn't help but notice her attire and body, which were honestly eye-catching. The woman before him wore a pair of light blue jeans which hugged nicely along her hips and a nicely fitting top on her torso, colored green with a floral model on it that looked to struggle a bit with her shapely bust, her shirt revealing a bit of cleavage as well. A modest amount. Her hair was long, black, and smooth by the looks of it, with her bangs going to the side. Hello there, little one. She said, squatting down to his level. Are you Issei? Her voice sounded sweet to the ear, but within Issei, Diedrag was repeating the same message. Do not be deceived. Until they knew what she wanted, both Diedrag and Solomon advised Issei to be careful. Yes, ma'am, Issei replied politely, seeing no use to make a scene here. It is not like he could just bring out his boosted gear and start blasting away. Oh, please, no need for such formalities. She said, giggling a bit. Besides, it makes me sound old. If you insist on being polite, at least call me miss. Issei nodded his head. All right, miss. He then turned to the administrator and the nun. What is happening? Well, Issei, this young lady here is actually going to adopt you. She had asked for you specifically, you lucky boy. The administrator said. You have been here for less than 1 year and you are already going to a new home.
Adopt. Issei echoed, looking at the woman who simply flashed him a smile. Does that mean I need to change my family name? Oh, I won't make you change it if you do not want to. The woman said, clearing his worry. You can keep your old family name if you wish. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. My name is Kuroka Taju. She is being awfully nice, Solomon remarked. Yeah, until she starts to brainwash Issei, Diedrag said, dryly and with skepticism. He didn't trust the yokai before them, not one bit. But there was still something else with her, another smell. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place his claw on it. Well, Issei. The nun looked down at him. How about we leave the two of you alone to get to know each other a bit? After that, we can discuss and, hopefully, push through with the adoption. Issei nodded slightly, then the nun went to the administrator, leading the man out of the room and leaving the two alone to talk. Once they were out of the room, however, Kuroka let out a sigh of relief.
Thank the spirits they are gone, Naya. She said. Then to Issei's surprise, a pair of kitty ears sprouted on her head and 2 tails sprouted from her back. She giggled at him, once again squatting down and smiling at him. You needn't worry, I don't bite.
Issei's eyes remained wide even as Diedrag and Solomon narrowed their eyes within the mindscape. See? I knew it. Wait for a second. Look at her ears and tail. Black, just like the cat from yesterday. I had a feeling about that kitty, so I guess it matches. You were, Issei began, trying to find his words, but his eyes were constantly getting averted to her ears. They looked very soft, and she was squatted down to his level, so he could reach them. The cat you picked up yesterday. That was me. Yes, NYA. Kuroka admitted, sounding quite cheerful. Thank you for taking me out of the cold, you were really nice and for giving me food, NYA. Those, NYA, sounds she was making were kinda cute too. Issei. Listen to me, Solomon said, starting to fit into his role. Ask her those questions.
Issei, with the help of Solomon, began to ask Kuroka some questions. Why me? He asked. Then he pointed at himself. Why are you adopting me? Is it because I am the Red Dragon Emperor? So you are aware of your power, Naya? Kuroka asked again, then she began to reply seriously. Well, partially, but on one side I also want to thank you for taking me in. And adopting you seems like the perfect idea. But I also want to because it would help me, Naya.
Help you? With what? Issei asked. Well, I am not just a nekosho, but also a stray devil. She confessed, and hearing that caused Diedrag to explode inside Issei's head pretty badly.
Issei, watch out, he said, causing Issei to flinch. Stray devils are reincarnated devils, The ones I told you about before, but they have either run away or killed their masters. Without a master to help them control their demonic power, they go out of control and mutate into murderous monsters.
Wait. Diedrich, she doesn't seem to be out for blood. Solomon said, trying to be the voice of reason. Issei, keep asking questions. Ass stray devil? Issei asked, stuttering. You ran away from your master?
Kuroka looked somewhat surprised that this boy was aware of the devil system, but she decided to be truthful. Not entirely.
She killed him. She is a murderer. Issei, I have heard enough. Bring out the boosted gear, and let's blast her. By God, Diedrich, would you calm yourself? I get that you are worried for eyes, but violence is not the solution.
Think, Solomon said, making sure the place was not going down in chaos. She is here to adopt eyes, not hurt him. Whatever her reasons, she would have acted so far-seeing as we are alone, but she revealed her identity to us. I know she is not lying. Years of being lied to when I was king taught me that. However, I can also tell she is hiding something, meaning you are likely not wrong, but if she did so, then why? Why did she do it? Why did you kill your master then? Issei asked, taking both the king and dragon by surprise. They likely weren't paying attention, as Issei could hear them and he started to ask questions himself. Kuroka seemed to get uncomfortable, but she knew that if she wanted the kids' help then she needed to tell the truth here. No secrets. My master was a rotten bastard. She began. I and my sister, Sharon, joined a devil's peerage in order to have a roof over our heads. However, I had to kill him when I found out he had plans to experiment on my sister in his attempts to create a super devil. That's ludicrous. Diedrich said, not believing Kuroka's words. Even if she and her sister were Nekocious, rare yokai, that does not mean one can actually create a super fucking devil from one like that. Jesus Christ. Diedrich, she is not lying. Solomon said, trying to keep the dragon's temper in check. Every word coming out of her mouth is honest to God truth. I see. Once again, Issei went ahead without their guidance. You did it for her. Where is Sharon now? When I killed my master and escaped I was forced to leave her behind, Kuroka said, her ears dropping down. But I know she was given to someone better than that to be part of their peerage, so I can at least sleep peacefully knowing she is safe, Naya. And, why do you need me to protect you? I am just a kid. Issei argued weakly, but Kuroka simply smiled, grabbing his hand, the one his gear manifests on, and brought it up. A kid who wields a Longinus, who is the Red Dragon Emperor. She said, looking at him. I won't lie, Naya. I am a wanted woman by the devils and most of the underworld because of what I did, like any other stray devil roaming around. But unlike them, I have you, Naya. What? Issei stuttered, but it was more because of the fact she was holding his hand than anything. Why does that matter? Because if the Red Dragon Emperor is the one protecting me, then no one will dare get close, Naya. She said with a cheeky smile. They will be too afraid of your wrath to attempt anything. Again, I am just a kid. Why would they be scared of me? Issei argued, causing Kuroka to pout. Yes, but you won't stay a kid, right? She said back. She has a point, Solomon said. You are actually siding with her. I side with no one, but she has a point. Issei is bound to grow up and when he does he will have more than enough power to scare away any who try to harm her or him. Solomon said, but then he continued with the current issue. However, that doesn't mean the present is to be forgotten. I mean, no, but then that is enough for me, Naya. Don't worry, I won't have you fight or anything, but if I may, she looked down at his hand. You could boost me. Boost you, Issei said, sounding a bit confused. Oh my, don't you know? Most people of the underworld know about some of the abilities of the Longinus, and I am telling you, you can transfer your boosted power to others as well. Kuroka said, then she looked into his eyes. Please. In the end, it is not us who need her, but it is her who needs us, Solomon said, sighing. She wants our aid because it would bring her a sense of security and safety. However, I cannot argue that her help would be unneeded.
Solomon, it sounds like you are saying we should take up this pussy on her offer, Diedrich said, looking at the king.
Because that is exactly what I am saying. Diedrag was about to argue, but Solomon tapped his cane on the ground of the mindscape, making a sound through it that echoed. Didn't know if that would work, but glad it did. Now, Diedrag, the reason I am saying what I am saying is because, as you said, she is a nekosho, correct? A rare yokai. If she were to help train Issei, then the progress would be greater. Are you telling me I can expect a balance breaker by New Year's Eve or something? Diedrag asked, skeptical and not really on board with Solomon's suggestion. I said it would bring benefits, not make miracles. Solomon said, clarifying himself. However, there is no denying that we have an equal amount of reasons to deny her offer. It'd be putting us at risk, not to mention that we barely know anything about her in the first place. She told us why she is a stray, that she has a sister, that she is a wanted criminal, and all was the truth. But that is also a reason why we can accept her request, the fact she seems to have no other options. She has been honest to us all the time, or at least told us some partial truths, but based on all of that I suggest Issei takes her up on the offer. I still think the risk is too great. Besides, we have been making progress without her furry ass around, we can keep going the same. Diedrag argued. Eyes, the final call is yours. Choose, go with her, or stay here. I cannot force you either way. Issei thought about the choice for a bit, trying to come up with the ultimate call. He looked at Kuroka, seeing her looking warmly at him and somewhat pleading. She was scared, wasn't she? And in a way, like him. They both didn't have anyone with them for Christmas for one. Again, his parents were not Christians, but they did celebrate it as Irina's family introduced them to the holiday, which they found very fun. Being together with his family and friends was really fun, and the thought that this year, this Christmas, he will be alone, without any family or friends, scared him. Sure, he had friends here at the orphanage, but it wasn't the same. Kuroka left Sharon, her sister, to protect her, and in Issei's eyes that was a very brave thing to do. She must have been very brave to do something like that, seeing how much she might love her sister. She never brought up her parents, but Issei was not going to pry. Considering what they had to do, their parents might be just like his, no longer around. She was alone, like him, with no family to spend the cold season with. He had made up his mind and showed it by keeping on Kuroka, making her yelp a bit at the sudden contact as he offered a hug, not minding the feeling of her breast pressing against him. Okay, maybe a bit, it was very nice. Kuroka, do you have anyone to spend the holidays with? He asked innocently, to which Kuroka seemed somewhat taken aback. But she simply smiled, returning the hug slowly. No. Would you like to spend them with me? She asked slowly, to which Issei nodded. Thank you, she said, smiling at him and getting up. Now, how about we get the adoption out of the way and we can go, Naya? She said, her feline features retreating back. What followed next was the administrator of the orphanage returning and handing Kuroka the adoption papers. She was technically not old enough to adopt, but using a bit of illusion magic she seemed just a little over 25, more than a good enough age to adopt. Add in some more or less fake documents, Issei saying he would like to be her adopted son and they were almost good to go. But now came the funny part. Now, Miss Tuju, if you'd allow me to ask, why have you asked for Issei especially? The administrator asked. Don't take it the wrong way, but we usually do not get such specific requests for a specific child, let alone using such details as the scar on his arm. Do you know him by chance? Kuroka put on a small fake awkward smile. Oops, you caught us. She said, and the administrator arched an eyebrow. I and Kuroka are friends. Issei said, trying to make up a story with Solomon's help. I met her back when I first joined the orphanage, and we have been meeting and talking. She is super nice and kind. I only recently told her I was an orphan, and she said she wanted to adopt me, but I was scared you wouldn't let her because I knew her. The administrator laughed. That is ridiculous, Issei. It just says you are lucky. Now, Miss Tuju, I must ask in light of this new information, does knowing Issei influence your decision to adopt? Actually, he is the reason I am adopting. She answered, following suit with Issei's little plan. You see, I wanted a child for a long time, but I have some problems. No need to continue. Miss, I understand. The administrator said, cutting Kuroka off. Most people who adopt usually do so because they are unable to have children of their own, so there is no issue. Did you try to adopt before? No. I only learned of my inability recently. She answered with a lie, of course. Kuroka was perfectly able and fertile, but they needed a reason for the adoption. After that Issei told me he was an orphan, and well, here are we. The administrator nodded his head, stamping the last piece of paper. Very well. Despite your initial play, which is no issue, by the way, I admit that you are legitimate for adoption, Miss Tuju. Just sign those papers and the two of you can leave. At that moment, a nun came with Issei's bag and his jacket. Everything is ready. Thank you, Kuroka said, taking the pen and signing. She put the pen down and got up from the chair, the administrator putting the papers away. Issei ran and got his stuff, having made sure to keep his final baggage light. Kuroka also went and got herself a fur coat on, and her and Issei going to the door. Thanks once again, she said, offering a polite bow along with Issei before leaving, the nun and administrator waving their hands at them. Later, Kuroka and Issei found themselves walking through the winter evening as the snow fell with a bit of wind blowing from behind them. Where are we going, Kuroka? Issei asked, to which his new stepmother replied. There is an abandoned shrine close by where I thought we may live. She answered, coming up with an answer. Sorry for the possible rough conditions to come, I had to lie quite a bit in the papers. I am actually broke and have no place to stay, and I honestly do not know what to do now. I haven't thought this far ahead.
Are you kidding me? Well, good thing I'm always prepared, Solomon said, having cooked up a plan in case this was the case. And since he assumed she could use magic, this was absolutely perfect. Issei, listen to me. Once you arrive at the shrine she is talking about, do as I say. Issei nodded, and simply followed Kuroka to the shrine, making sure not to get lost.
They eventually arrived at the shrine, Issei and his other two friends admitting that the place has seen better days. It was a pretty large compound overall, but it was in a totally depressing state. The main building, which was the shrine, was covered in vines and overgrown plants, and the idols within which were made of wood have mostly fallen apart. He didn't even know which god this shrine was, but he assumed whoever it was didn't care about the shrine anymore. The courtyard was pretty large, which Diedrag said was perfect for training in the future if they can clean it up a little, taking care of some rocks and overgrowth plants and maybe the small trees that have grown. There were also a few other buildings. One looked like some kind of bath judging by the large wooden fence and the rocks which surrounded a small frozen pond. A hot spring. But those did not freeze. Solomon had an answer to that question, however, stating that it was likely artificial and not using actual thermal water. Even if the shrine was atop a small mountain, surrounded by forest, that didn't mean there was a natural hot spring there, and the lack of maintenance led to the water going cold and freezing among other things. The other buildings were pretty different from each other, as one looked like a shack for depositing various tools and equipment, but the two was in a bad state.
Then there was the administrative building, which was the largest one here.
That is where Issei and Kuroka went, opening it and going inside.
It was still pretty cold, but Kuroka led him to one of the rooms. The building was pretty small but did seem to have some rooms available, and they were lucky enough to find some futons laying about.
They were a bit filthy but in overall good condition. They used 2 blankets each for the night to keep themselves warm, not even striping down to their pajamas. They slept in the same room on different futons, but Issei had to admit it was hard even with his winter clothes and blankets. He also got another headache as they tried to sleep, but Kuroka, noticing this, was quick to act. She used her magic to soothe the pain. Whatever Solomon planned, Diedrag sincerely hoped it was good, or else he might incinerate the old bastard. The next day, after waking up, Issei saw that Kuroka disappeared from her futon and got out of his own, leaving it messy on the ground like Kuroka's, not bothering with it much and searching for her. He did find her eventually, sitting at the main shrine.
Hey, Kuroka, Issei said, attracting her attention. What are you doing?
Oh, I was just looking for some stuff we might be able to sell. She said, admitting that she was going to steal from the shrine. This place is in bad condition as is, meaning that anything of value we find might be worth something. We need to eat, After all, Naya. Bad choice. Pretty sure you'll anger a deity somewhere. Solomon said. Now, Issei, we forgot to do this last night, but now listen to me. Place a hand over Kuroka's head.
Issei listened. Hey, Kuroka, he wants to talk to you?
Who? The Red Dragon? She asked, feeling quite fearful about the prospect of meeting the Red Dragon Emperor, Didrag himself. But Issei shook his head, then he stretched his hand, and Kuroka's eyes went wide. Issei couldn't do magic, but this was a technique meant to allow someone to communicate in the mindscape. It was a pretty decent technique for those who mastered the mindscape, which further surprised Kuroka as she woke up in a white space with a part of it on fire, seeing an old man there with a golden cane in hand. Where am I? She asked, stepping forward and hearing herself echo. This is my mindscape, Issei said, making Kuroka jump a bit. Sorry. This is where I talk to Didrag and Solomon. Solomon. Kuroka echoed, looking over to see the old man. Wait, as in, King Solomon. One of the richest, most powerful humans magus to ever live. The one who enslaved all the original devils of the 72 houses. The wise King Solomon. That is indeed me, yes, Solomon said, attracting her attention. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Kuroka. I apologize if Didrag is not here, but he is not exactly in the mood to talk with. The likes of you, so to say. It's fine, she said, trying to process what was happening. The boy she thought was only the Red Dragon Emperor also had Solomon inside of himself. Damn, she hit the jackpot. So, you also inhabit his body.
Yes. I am not aware how I have come to do so, but over the last couple of months I have accepted a role of guidance for young eyes. Solomon replied. It was my call for him to trust you and accept your offer, by the way. I do not know if I would have said no, though, Issei admitted, smiling strangely. Solomon and Didrag have been arguing a lot back there, so I got confused. Solomon sighed.
Regardless, Kuroka, I thank you for adopting Issei and taking care of him. The king bowed to her, as was the Japanese custom as he learned, then he stood straight again. However, I cannot help but voice my displeasure with your lack of foresight regarding the situation. Issei is a growing boy, he needs a good environment to grow and develop, both as a person and as the Red Dragon Emperor. Something a broken down shrine cannot offer.
Kuroka looked down in shame a bit, having just been scolded by the wisest of the site. I guess I rushed, she admitted. Luckily for you, I am never without a plan, Solomon said, attracting their attention. I foresaw the possibility of you not having an actual place to raise Issei properly and help him develop. I mean, how old are you, truly? Normally, one doesn't ask a lady her age, but in this situation it was different. I am 19, she answered plain and simple. At least you got a good grasp of your ability, which I hope is good enough for what I am about to offer. Tell me, how good are you with teleportation magic? Kuroka perked up. I am pretty good if I am allowed to brag, even the best, she said. Can you teleport something from far away to your location? Solomon asked, watching her expression change. I mean, if I knew where exactly the target is, then I guess, she said, sounding unsure. I might need a boost, depending on the distance.
That is no problem, Solomon said, then he got straight to the point. I used to be one of the world's richest kings as well, and before I lost most of it, I had hidden away most of my treasure. At the hearing of the treasure, Kuroka's tail went straight and she let out a loud Naya, figuring out what the king was going to say. It seems you caught on. You will give me the locations of some of those treasures in order to ensure us a better life, she asked, looking excited at the promise of so much money. Thank you, Solomon, Issei said, thanking the king, who smiled and laughed. There is no need to thank me. I have no use for it anymore, so it may as well be put to some use in your hands. Now, Kuroka, listen to me closely. I will not give you the location of all my hidden treasures, only a certain number for when you will need them. I will also personally handle the finances through Issei, understood? If it means we won't be sleeping with our jackets on anymore, yes, Kuroka replied excitedly. Tell me what I need to do. Good. First, however, there are some things you should be aware of regarding Issei. Namely, what I believe to be connected to his headaches. After getting out of the mindscape, Solomon told Issei what to tell Kuroka, and she lost no time conjuring the hexagonal magical circle on the ground before the shrine, focusing her magic. Kuroka was surprised to hear about how Issei seemed to be seeing things as if they are a video game and how that also seemed to affect his development, but she didn't pry further as Solomon assured her it might fix itself with age. Solomon had told her the coordinates of the first stash, making sure to include the depth as well. As she said, Kuroka did need Issei's help, which he was happy to supply. Summoning the boosted gear, Issei focused and managed to, with a bit of encouragement and time, unlock the third form of his gear, allowing him to transfer power to Kuroka, making her magical power enough until she was able to successfully summon what looked like an old chest.
Issei went over to it, seeing a combination lock of sorts, but Solomon told him the combination, opening it.
Once it was open, Issei opened it, marveling at the sight before him. Kuroka also went to him after recovering a bit, and she nearly choked as she gasped at the sight, seeing gold and jewels at every inch of the chest, and even pottery that was centuries old that contained more riches. Rubies, emeralds, diamonds, sapphires, pearls, gold, it was all there. Kuroka wasted no time grabbing a pair of golden earrings encrusted with some ebony gems.
"How do I look, Nya?" she asked, wondering how the earrings looked on her. "You look nice, Kuroka," Issei said, going through the chest as well, taking a large number of riches and then letting them flow down back into the chest. "Whoa. We're rich."
"Not exactly." Solomon, cutting in. "Listen, Issei, and make sure to tell Kuroka as well, you cannot keep those riches. You must convert it into actual money and use it to fix up the temple and turn it into a house of sorts, a decent place where the two of you can live in peace. You can do whatever you want with the leftover money, as long as it is not going towards useless expenses." Quote. Issei nodded and told Kuroka what Solomon told him, making her pout a bit. She asked if she could at least keep the earring, which Solomon didn't argue. With that being said, Kuroka managed to get in contact with someone she knew back in the underworld who, after hearing this was one of Solomon's treasures, paid a fat check for it all, which Kuroka cashed in immediately, opening a bank account and everything.
However, as Solomon predicted, most money was spent on their new home.
Namely, its renovation. First, they completely bought the land, which was actually up for auction but no one wanted it. Then began the real fun. Before they could contact a building company, they decided to do the planning themselves, with some parts being added later. Solomon shined once again here as he himself acted as the architect of the new home while Diedrag remained mostly silent, only offering some suggestions here and there.
Most of the buildings were going to be demolished, including the shrine. The administrative building will be remodeled, becoming their new home. Solomon also wanted to keep the courtyard as large as it had been when they arrived, only clean it up and have it fixed up, keep the bathhouse, only fix it, and even the storage area. He even kept the well next to the entrance.
By the end of the day, Issei and Kuroka had the plans ready, and Kuroka contacted a supernatural building company, making sure to use a fake name and whatnot so they didn't recognize her as a wanted criminal. They were given the plans and even told that if there is anything better they feel will work they were free to add it, but the chief was pleased enough with the provided blueprints and he and his boys got to work, diligently remodeling the area using a mix of hard work and magic. By the time the snow started to fall they were done, giving Kuroka the keys to the new house and wishing them good luck. And not a moment too soon as another crew, a normal human one, arrived with some ordered furniture, appliances, and other needed things for their house. But this time it took a bit longer, all things considered, when they set everything up. They ended up working well into the night, but with a promise of a bonus payment, they kept working with diligence.
They even managed to get some food delivered to their place in the meantime, which they stored up as soon as the kitchen was finished. It was midnight by the time they did finish, and Issei suggested to Kuroka they treat the workers a bit before sending them off. However, they could only treat them to some basic snacks and drinks as Kuroka admitted she was no great cook. Diedrag was afraid for Issei's welfare in the hands of this woman, but he relented. So far everything was working out fantastically. Solomon looked pretty smug as well when Diedrag admitted it, earning the king a flick from the dragon on his head, which ended up sending him on his non-physical ass. But for now, things looked good. Kuroka and Issei had a roof over their heads, food on the table, and money in their pockets. They had everything they would need to survive, and more. Kuroka has been also offering Issei training, and the progress did seem to increase. Namely, Issei was getting more express now for some reason, but only enough to enable him to remain at level 5 with their normal daily quest. Under Solomon's directions and guidance, even someone as irresponsible as Kuroka was no issue in the long run. Previous Ch2 of 33. Next, Chapter 3. The Void System Awakens. Issei and Kuroka had been living together for around 10 years already, which has been fantastic so far, except for a few things. Namely, for a few years, his express barely stayed in the range of level 9, even if Kuroka helped with her magic, but his headaches were just too much for him anymore every time he tried to train her, as Diedrich really wanted him to activate his balance breaker. Diedrich told him he should have been capable of activating it, but due to the obvious backlash of even trying to use it, they decided to instead focus on other things until they figure out the issue. Namely, the magical theory Solomon talked about before. Safe to say, Issei kept up well with his overall studies, and on the side, Diedrich and Kuroka took care of him to have a healthy diet and exercise, which while light, from the age of 14 onward, he has been slowly building muscle and learning some basic fighting moves to defend himself with on the street. Kuroka even tried to teach him some tuki, but that proved futile. The headaches were especially bad with that one. As far as his education went, Solomon suggested that Issei be home-schooled shortly after the house was built, to make sure other beings do not pick up his presence. Even if he could hide it, some yokai were very sensitive to stuff like that, something Kuroka backed up by saying that is how she figured out he was the Red Dragon Emperor the first time. Solomon was the one to handle his education along with Kuroka and Diedrich, but it was mostly Solomon that Issei had to thank.
He has been a great teacher. As far as Kuroka went, she was not bothered by the fact she was almost 30 because Issei noticed how she barely seemed to have changed since she adopted him. She looks to be in her early 20s still, and her voluptuous figure was a distraction he couldn't help but admire. As soon as puberty started to hit, he started to see Kuroka a bit differently, something Solomon noticed and explained to Issei.
But that didn't help. He became a bit of a pervert, something that Diedrich blamed on Solomon. If the intelligence of the king affected the boy, then it stands to reason that so did his other quality, which was his lust. Solomon then went on to admit to Issei that before he had 700 wives and 300 concubines, which honestly left Issei dumbstruck. He wanted a harem too, damn it. Solomon laughed when he expressed his desire to them, and Diedrich just muttered something along the lines of, "Here we go again," which confused Issei, but they revealed that Solomon had nothing against it since Issei was free to do whatever he wanted with his life and even offered advice, and Diedrich said that he was good to go, as most Red Dragon Emperors before him had harems before. Is he lucky or what? But that being said, the situation with Kuroka changed after he decided to take the first step towards his little harem dream, and at 16 he kinda confessed to her. Kuroka was flattered and seemed to genuinely find him attractive, but then he told her about the harem dream, thinking that'd ruin stuff and make things awkward, but then further confusion settled in when she shrugged and asked what was wrong with that. Apparently, most devils in the underworld had harems of their own, which is usually their own peerage. Go fucking figure, something so sinful was done in large by the devils. But their situation was a bit awkward, as on paper, Kuroka was Issei's adoptive mother. Did they care in the end, though? Not at all. In fact, Kuroka said she can any day sneak into the orphanage and burn any evidence of those documents in order to allow them to possibly get married. Her talking about marriage scared Issei, he won't lie, which he was honest about. She understood and the two decided to take it slow. Solomon did tell Issei, based on what he picked up from her, that Kuroka seems to be more or less a virgin. She was pretty vulgar and confident, mostly wearing a kimono. She kept up with her senjutsu to expose an outrageous amount of cleavage, not to mention playful, but also very gentle and kind. Did they fuck? Not yet. They decided to take it a bit slow, but that was a few months ago. As far as other bits of progress Issei had with his boosted gear went, he unlocked the third stage of it. Granted, it was unlocked for a long while, but now he had full mastery over his gear's basic abilities, but Diedrich did let him know that he can develop more with time. What's more, he started showing magical potential, albeit weak. Solomon was confused as to why that was, as it began to surface only after his 16th birthday, but not sooner. The wise king felt that something was amiss in readying itself, which is why his magic awakened, but he saw nothing strange in the mindscape. In the present day, it was spring, April to be exact, and Issei's 18th birthday. It was a milestone, that was for sure, as Diedrich let him know he already went the most time without meeting the White One, as after awakening the boosted gear it usually took less than 1 year for the two to meet. Currently, Issei was in his room, barely waking up, Kuroka sleeping next to him and cuddling with him. It started shortly after he confessed to her, but he ain't complaining. She usually wore a white kimono as a pajama, but that always came loose easily and let her chest spill out. His eyes were no virgins. However, today, it held, meaning no sight of her wonderful mounts in all their naked glory. But as Issei started to wake up, he did so with Solomon and Diedrich shouting. "Solomon, what is wrong?" Diedrich seemed to be in a panic, and Issei shortly understood why. He could hear Solomon letting out painful screams inside of his head and took a peek inside, seeing him on his knees and clutching his head. "What is ga?" Issei tried to talk, but then a powerful headache hit him as well, waking up Kuroka in the process as he screamed aloud. Holy fuck, this headache was worse than any of the previous ones combined. "Issei? What is wrong?" she asked in worry, leaning over to him as he thrashed around in pain on his bed, both hands holding his head. "Issei, talk to me. What is going on?" he asked aloud, his hearing already acting strange. Ringing, that is all he heard, but it seemed awfully familiar to him. He couldn't hear Kuroka's worried cries and strangely, it was like his body started to lag. When he tried to thrash to the right he didn't move, then when he tried going to the left he went right, as if his body was receiving the command from his brain slowly, lagging behind even. Solomon was experiencing similar symptoms, but his ethereal body was not lagging at all, but he just seemed to be in severe pain just like Issei. Kuroka, in her worry, tried to apply some senjutsu on him to ease the pain, focusing on the area around his head, constantly trying to ask him what was going on even if her words fell on deaf ears. Void system. Repairs initializing. Current gamer, Issei Hyodo, scanning for abnormalities, damages. Abnormality detected. System archives analyzed and the premature activation of the system when the current user was 8 has been detected, which was caused by the user's emotional state at the time. As a result, the ultimate unique skill, Solomon, had been downloaded and installed despite the incomplete state of the system. However, the skill, Solomon, will remain active. Reason. The skill has been active for the last decade and has effectively formed a strong bond with the user, Issei Hyodo. Damage detected. Due to the premature awakening 10 years ago, the system was damaged, resulting in the user losing express and being unable to level up correctly. Additionally, the system logs show losses of express while the gamer slept. Visual additions were damaged. Audio was damaged.
Damage detected. The user's stats still increased and certain skills still formed. Each time the user gained a stat or a skill, a headache was induced. After reparations are done, those events will no longer happen. Damage was also detected in quest rewards, with the daily quest giving express that was subpar from the norm. After reparations, the gamer's express, quests, and anything else that sustained damage will begin working accordingly again.
The transparent screens with black text appeared before Issei and his eyes darted over everything. Was this how Solomon found itself within him? What did it mean by skills? What was the void system? And why didn't Kuroka seem able to see it? Her hands were right over his face, going through the damn text. Void system has been repaired in proportion of 75%. All core functions have been successfully fixed. The system will now move itself to background action to reduce the strain on the gamer. Have a good day. The pain faded just as swiftly as it began and Issei's senses returned to him, taking deep breaths as a result. Solomon seemed to recover and he looked at Diedrich with an expression of revelation. "Kuroka," Issei said, looking over to her. "Issei," she said, hugging him and burying his head in her chest. "I am so glad you are okay. You were screaming and thrashing around and my senjutsu did nothing to ease the pain. What happened?" As pleasant as her bosom was, this was a more pressing matter. "Kuroka. Ever heard of something called the void system?" Issei asked and watched as she looked at him with confusion. "You mean something like God's system?" she asked, trying to understand. "No, I don't think so," Issei said, then he noticed something in his field of vision. It looked like a percentage currently reading, 90%, something is strange. He said, holding up his hand and clenching his fist. I feel strange. Issei, you are worrying me. Kuroka said, taking his hand into hers. What is strange? What happened? Perhaps me and Diedrich can enlighten you on this matter. Solomon said, and strangely, Kuroka could hear him as well now. In an entire decade, he could never do that, yet now he seemed able to communicate without using Issei as proxy. It seems fate has finally revealed why I am here. Solomon. Issei called out to the king. Then the loading percentage vanished and in its place a larger screen appeared, white with large, bold black text. Issei jumped back seeing it, causing Kuroka to be worried and going to him, but as soon as she touched him she also saw the screen. Issei. What is this? She asked, feeling worried. Welcome, gamer, Issei Hyodo, to the Void system. Before we start with the tutorial, a proper explanation of the system's nature seems to be required, and as such, an explanation will be provided. You see, the system is a lot like a sacred gear as it gets passed down from one user to another after their death. Difference? It does so interdimensionally. The system has been used across the worlds, by many different individuals, providing them with abilities out of their world and beyond. Some used them for good, others for evil. And now it is your turn to wield the system. Well, technically, you have been using it since you were 8. The system activated itself as a result of your emotional state, resulting in your acquiring the skill, Solomon, which is simple. It grants you Solomon himself to act as your guide and help to manage the system. More details about the skill will be offered later. However, the system was not properly installed, resulting in extensive damage being done to it which took an entire decade to fix. As a result, you have also been denied certain aspects of your progression ability, such as unlocking your Sacred Gear's balance breaker. Your ability to use magic was also affected. However, as the system fixed itself, certain aspects were taken care of, which is why you were able to recover your ability to use magic at 16. I am glad to announce to you that the headaches that plagued you for 10 years will no longer happen. Now, do you wish to see the tutorial? This is, Kuroka muttered, marveling at the sight of it. Wait, what exactly does it do? Perhaps this tutorial has more information. Diedrich said as the boosted gear materialized itself. Honestly, this seems intriguing. I wonder how it compares to God's system. Solomon, however, remained silent for a bit. So this is how I found myself within you, eyes. The king said. Careful, everyone. Whatever this power is, it has abilities far above what we can imagine. Gulping. Issei stretched out his hand and pressed the button for yes, then watched as the screen expanded. Welcome, gamer, to the tutorial. As you might have noticed, the system is a strange thing, not to mention the fact it basically allows you to live life as if it were a video game. What? Issei shouted, finding the text ludicrous. Live your life as if it was a video game? Kuroka echoed skeptically. This sounds like madness. Are we certain no one is pulling a prank on us? Do you feel anyone's presence but ours, Kuroka? Solomon questioned her, to which Kuroka thought for a bit before shaking her head. This is real. Now, to start off the tutorial, know that first you have your hub. Suddenly, multiple things appeared in Issei's field of vision, including a picture of himself in the upper left corner of his vision with a green, yellow, and blue bar next to it with a dark green sort of circle around it. First you have your basics, those being your HP, stamina, and mana. HP, or health points, is your overall health. If it hits 0, then you're dead. Stamina is the value which is used to power your skills and other actions, while mana fulfills a similar role but with magic. Now, about we access the main menu, shall we? You can do this by either saying or thinking about it. Try now, try saying, menu. Issei looked at Kuroka, who gave him an equally bewildered look and decided to do as instructed. Menu, and per K, a larger screen popped up before him. Player stats, skills, perks, titles, inventory, quests. Relationships. Shop. Good job. Now, the tutorial will go over each of the tabs in detail, so please wait patiently. First we have the player stats. Issei Hyodo title. Red Dragon Emperor level. 1/1000 Express. HP. 500 500s, 1 HP, min, Santa. 500 500s, 1 STA, min, mana. 500 500ths, 1 mana, min. STR. 5 AGI, 5 MGI, 5 DUR, 5 ACC, 5 WIS, 25, plus 20 from Ultimate, Unique Skill, Solomon. Int. 5 CHA, 5 LCK, 5 SP, 0. Status effects. As you can see, this is your stat page where your stats are shown along with your title. Stats grow as you grow, but are also influenced by your equipment and other possible skills, perks. However, the current page you are seeing is inaccurate since you have been training, but because of the previously mentioned damage, you didn't progress as much as you should have in the span of an entire decade. Issei Hyodo title. Red Dragon Emperor level. 9, 6900 7150 at CXP. HP. 1980-1980, 1 HP, min, Santa, 1730-1730, 1 STA, min, mana, 1580-1580, 1 mana, min. STR. 17 AGI, 18 MGI, 13 DUR, 15 ACC, 13 WIS, 33, plus 20 from Ultimate, Unique Skill, Solomon. Int. 20 CHA. 21 LCK, 13 SP, 50 status effects, lustful desires. As the system was damaged at the time, it didn't register everything, and as you noticed, each time you had a headache throughout your life was indication that your stats increased, or that you had a level up. However, due to the nature of the damage, you never got the full package. Now, here to explain how your stats increase. Each time you level up you will be awarded 1 stat point to all currently available stats and 5 stat points you can distribute as you want, or perform certain actions and you will be awarded with 1 stat point to a certain stat. For example, if you do something that is meant to build up STR, then you will gain 1 STR point. But as far as your stamina, health, and mana go, HP and stamina receive 100 to their value after each level and mana receives 50, with your DUR and int offering bonus values. For health and stamina, your DUR stat dictates the bonus growth. For example, right now it is at 13, meaning that next time you level up you will be awarded 130 more health in addition to the default 100 based on your current HP value. In the case of stamina, however, this bonus is lower by 50%, meaning you'd gain only 65. And to be clear, it uses the DUR value you had right before leveling up. But your mana is increased based on your int stat, and since it has a default 50% less base increase, mana gains the full bonus, just like health. Now, do you wish to check out every stat in detail or do you already possess a basic knowledge of what each stat is? You can check out later as well by simply bringing up this page and focusing on one stat to bring out its details. Why? Issei pressed the N, since he did play video games before and knew what those stats meant. It was like an RPG, really. However, he was curious about how the system seemed to have prevented him from achieving his balance breaker. Did it have power over his gear as well? Alright, moving on, we have the skills, perks, and titles. Since I assume you pretty much know the basics, here is a basic intro. Skills level up independently from the player, requiring you to use them repeatedly in order to level them up. Each skill, unless maxed, has its own express meter. Each skill requires a cost, while titles and perks do not, most of the time in the case of perks, and are dependent on your stats for certain elements regarding them. A skill can consume either stamina or mana, or a combination of both, and you cannot use a skill if the cost is not met. Skills are also broken down into multiple categories. Unique skill. Those are skills that are unique to only one person, meaning no one else has them. You are the only one who has this kind of skill, and they cannot be fully copied. Ultimate skill. The final evolution of a skill, resulting when a skill reaches a certain level and meets certain requirements, or when multiple skills are combined together and form a new, more powerful skill.
Hereditary skills. Skills passed down through the bloodline, being only achievable if the user is of a specific descent. Those skills share the partial immunity to being copied, like the unique skills, but they cannot evolve into ultimate skills or be considered unique skills. However, skills can usually be developed from them.
Normal skills. Those are your average skills, usually just named skills, and that is that. However, there is something else. Sub-skill. A sub-skill is a skill created from another skill or combination of skills and is effectively part of that skill, SL. Those types can be born from any of the previous categories and share some of their features. Perks are also a part of the system as well, but they are more passive than anything. You can equip multiple perks at once, granted the conditions of each one are met. They can offer certain advances, such as an increase in stats or other effects. Titles are a little like perks, but you can only have one of them at once. While perks can offer only one advantage per perk, titles can offer multiples, from increased express and increases in stats, to other certain functions and even enabling certain special skills and abilities. And by the way, here are your current skills, perks, and titles. Skills. Gamer's Body. LVL. Max. This skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game. Gamer's Body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed since the gamer ability is starting to develop. Receives no physical damage from attacks, only pain for a few seconds and a loss of HP. After sleeping in a bed, it restores HP and MP and cures all status effects. If the gamer will lose a body part, if their HP is not at 0 and no effect states otherwise, then said limb will be regenerated. Gamer's Mind. LVL. Max. This allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. Immunity to mental disorder. Unique. Boost. Max. The user can double their original stats every 10 seconds. Only works on STR, DUR, AGI, and MGI. Each use of the boost ability takes 50 STA, and the user can only do one boost for every 5 original DUR. The effects of this skill last for 5 minutes, no matter the amount of times it has been used. This cannot double the user's stamina, mana, or HP. Additionally, the user can store the boosted values to later release using the skill. Explosion. Unique. Dragon Shot. Level 2, 500/800ths. By focusing your raw power on one point and then releasing it, you have developed this seemingly pathetic, but devastating attack. This skill deals damage based on your STR stat plus 50%, even if said stat is currently after the effect of the boost skill. This skill costs 50 STA to use and has a 5-second cooldown between uses. Unique. Explosion. Max. The user releases the stored values doubled with the use of boost. However, the user can only store up one boost worth of power for every 10 original DUR. However, it is also to be noted that after explosion is used, the user's Santa will be constantly drained at a rate that depends on the amount of boost, at 25 STA, min, per boost. After the user's STA falls below 100, the status effect, reset, is applied. Unique. Transfer. Max. This is the ability unlocked by the last stage of the boosted gear, allowing the user to transfer up to 80% of their stored power to other individuals. As such, the user must first store up power using boost and explosion. But when transferring, depending on the amount of power given out, the user will be allowed to use boost again. Locked until level 10, Scale Mail. Max. The balance breaker of both the boosted gear and divine dividing, allowing the user to cover themselves in armor made of the power of Diedrich and increase their overall power, plus 25% to the user's current STR, DUR, AGI, and MGI, and allow them to use boost repeatedly, removing the cooldown. This skill, once activated, will drain 50 STA, min from the user until their STA hits 0 unless the user deactivates it. This skill also enables the user to fly. Ultimate. Unique. Solomon. Max. This skill is a passive skill that requires no cost. This skill is always active, granting the gamer the soul of Solomon within their own body and a boost in their instat, but also the status effect, lustful desires. Solomon is to be noted to be able to also access some of the system's functions, acting as an auxiliary help to the gamer. Mindscape. Level 6, 112,800ths. This skill allows the user to enter within their own mindscape to communicate with the beings within them. No cost is needed for this skill. Aura Suppression. Level 4, 103,200ths. This skill enables the gamer to hide their aura and power from other beings, making them seem like a normal human being for the most part. At its current level, the skill is able to hide the user's power from most low-class devils, angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings, allowing the user to pass unnoticed. Currently, the skill can prevent the listed beings from detecting the user entirely, and even conceal the power of their sacred gear completely. However, mid-class beings can detect his power, but not clearly, meaning they are unable to tell if he has a sacred gear or not, or if he is just a magician. High-class beings are able to bypass this skill at its current level. Additionally, yokai are able to bypass this skill entirely, no matter the level. This skill has no cost. This skill does not affect the bonus given by Draconic Aura to the gamer's relationship points. Perks. Weak Magic Affinity. This perk is here to show you your proficiency with magic. This perk influences the rate at which you gain express for all magic-based skills and, currently, due to its low value, it offers a -2% express gain for all of your magic-based skills. Draconic Aura. The user has the aura of a dragon, that of a heavenly dragon, to be exact, which attracts other supernatural beings to them due to the intensity of it. However, this aura seems to have a certain effect on the opposite sex, granting the user a 5% per 10 chance to gain 1 bonus relationship point when gaining relationship points with members of the opposite sex. Titles. Red Dragon Emperor. You are the Red Dragon Emperor, the wielder of the boosted gear, and host of Y Diedrich Gokes. This title is locked onto the gamer and cannot be changed, but does allow you to equip an additional title as well. This title gives the gamer several bonuses. First of all, each time you level up, as dragons are usually beings of high charisma, you will get 1 additional cha point each time you level up. Furthermore, for each 5 levels you will receive a bonus of 10 SP. So this is the reason why you were progressing at a disabilitated snail's pace, Diedrich said, outraged at seeing the system. He didn't like what he was reading either. Sure, Issei couldn't really boost more than twice until now, but this didn't fix a lot of things. It even said he needs level 10 for the balance breaker. Despite Diedrich's shouting, Solomon remained calm. It is as it is said right there. Issei's life, as well as my soul, have been affected by the system. I remember now, on my deathbed, how a screen like this one appeared before me and informed me briefly that I was being transported somewhere else. I think that because of the aforementioned abnormalities and damage, I lost some of my memory, the ability to communicate like I am now, and my actual functions as a skill. Still, look at those things, Issei said, looking over the screen before continuing with the tutorial. Wait, weak magic affinity? It said before my ability to use magic was affected. Is it still being fixed? I am afraid not, Eyes. Solomon said. It is likely that you always had a weak affinity for magic from the start, but we were unable to tell because of the damage. Issei sighed in slight defeat, finding out that his magic was weak, being a strike to his pride. At least he now had more answers, but also more questions. Well, only one way to answer them, really. Do what you do every time you join a game and follow the tutorial. It usually gave express at the end as well, so maybe Issei won't need to work much for his level 10. Let's continue. He allowed the tutorial to continue with the next page. Although it didn't show him the status effects mentioned, which he found strange. He was also curious about some of the other stuff mentioned there, like what his draconic aura, which he knew he had, meant by relationship. Thank you. Furthermore, you have your inventory. Now this is a handy one. The player starts with 15 INV slots, each capable of holding a stack of 64 stackable items. Non-stackable items each take up 1 INV slot. Items currently equipped do not take up INV space. The player will receive 5 INV slots every 5 levels by default. Equip slots. Body, equipment, head, neck, torso. Arms. X2, legs. X2, hands. X2, fingers, X10. Equip slots. Other. Main weapon, secondary weapon. Sacred gear. Boosted gear. Longinus, free INV slots, 20. Money. 10 yen. The inventory, to Issei and Kuroka, Diedrich and Solomon, looked like a full-body image of Issei in his current clothing with multiple slots around him and an entire list next to him with 15 square slots empty. So this is the inventory, huh? Issei said, trying to see how to use it. As a test subject, he had picked up the blanket he was currently using to cover himself and Kuroka and stretched it to the window, watching it get absorbed within and stored inside with a small description under it. Cool. It's just like a pocket dimension for storage, NYA. Kuroka added, then Issei pulled out the blanket. That is indeed bound to be useful, Solomon remarked. It also seems able to store money within it, meaning that you might not need to carry around a wallet. Next up on our list, we got the Quest tab, but since you got no active important quest at the moment opening, it would be useless. This tab is simple, it allows you to track your quest and see which have yet to be completed. Also, both the Inventory tab, as well as the Quest tab, have extra options. For the Inventory tab, you have something called Cosmetic Armor, meaning that if you choose to you can have all equipped stuff fully hidden and replaced with your normal clothing. As for the Quests tab, it is a simple auto-collect function for the quest rewards, which goes straight into your inventory. Keeping this on doesn't do any harm, but that means you'll need to be mindful of your inventory space. It won't collect if you have no space in it. Next, you cheeky stud, is the Relationship tab. This section allows you to track how much a person likes you, both as a friend manner and a romantic one. Don't worry, it is easier than it sounds to make the difference, as each active relationship has a small description of how that person sees you. Here are your current relationships. Kuroka Tiju, 88/100. She is in love with you, seeing you as a good man with a brave heart. That, and wishes to boink for kittens. NYA. Kuroka yelped reading that section, a blush spreading on her face. Don't listen to this stuff, eyes. It is telling lies, NYA. Wait. So you aren't in love with me? Issei asked, realizing what Kuroka was trying to do and deciding to tease her a bit about it. It's not that, NYA, she said, defending herself. The first part is correct, but I am not desperate or anything to have children, NYA. Issei hummed a bit in thought. Well, I mean, I know supernatural beings don't really age normally, but you are the age where a woman might. I don't want babies now, NYA. Kuroka shouted, a blush on her face. Maybe. One day. With you, she muttered the last part so he didn't hear it. Anyway. Let's get to the bottom of this thing, shall we? Solomon and Diedrich sighed, and Issei chuckled a bit. Kuroka was getting itchy ovaries, if the system was to be believed, meaning that Issei better be careful. That, and he should make sure to use protection. The shop will become more available to you in the future, but currently you can only sell items that you get for some monetary gains. Anyhow, that is the basic tutorial. But there are 2 other tutorials that will explain the status effects and combat side of the system to you, which must be triggered in some way. My advice. Just tap on your current status effect. Hearing that, Issei brought up his stat page once again and saw a status effect there, the one Solomon's skill gave him. Lustful desires. Huh. He focused on it, and surely enough, a ding was heard. Congrats on unlocking the tutorial for the status effects, gamer. As you might be aware, status effects are effects that can either cause damage or be beneficial, with the common ones being the following. Minor bleed. -5% hydrogen phosphide, minimum can be stacked up to 5 times. Medium bleed. -10 to 20% hydrogen phosphide, minimum can be stacked up to 3 times. Severe bleed. -25 to 40% hydrogen phosphide, minimum cannot be stacked. Healing capabilities reduced by 50%. Minor burn. -10% HP, minimum healing capabilities reduced by 5%.
Severe burn. -25% HP, min. Healing capabilities reduced by 50%. Minor poison. -3% HP, min. ACC reduced by 5%. Medium poison. -7% HP, min. ACC reduced by 5%. STR and AGI reduced by 10%. Severe poison. -12 HP, min. ACC reduced by 10%. STR and AGI reduced by 15%. Fatal poison. -20% HP, min. ACC, STR and AGI reduced by 25%.
Killer poison. Kills the one afflicted when timer reaches 0. Only curable via combined healing and divine magic. Paralysis. The ones affected by this cannot move. Partial paralysis. The one afflicted by this will be unable to move a certain part of their body.
Overheat. The one affected will lose 10% HP, 2 min until their HP hits 0 unless they find a way to cool themselves. Additionally, the status effect, dehydration, will be induced after 10 minutes. ACC reduced by 40%. Dehydration. The one affected will lose 5% HP, min unless they hydrate themselves. ACC reduced by 20%, STR reduced by 15%, AGI reduced by 28%. Exhaustion. When stamina falls under 10%, this status effect triggers minus 50% STR and AGI, minus 25% ACC, minus 30% MGI.
Berserk. The one affected will receive a plus 300% to their STR, MGI, AGI, and DUR, but in exchange they will lose their sense of rationality, their ability to discern friend from foe, and will likely be unable to stop themselves.
Silence. The one affected cannot use magic in any shape or form. Charm. The person under this status effect will do anything the caster says. Sleep. While asleep, you are left open, however, HP, stamina, and mana regeneration increases. After a healthy 8-hour sleep, your HP, stamina, and mana will be fully refilled. Blindness. Blindness can be applied for a few moments or permanent. Blindness will cause your ACC to drop to 0, and minus 70% AGI. Starve. The one afflicted will have their HP reduced by 3% per minute, and their stamina will suffer a minus 50% regeneration rate. Stun. Stunned individuals cannot attack or react to attacks. Depending on the grade of this, it takes an equal amount of hits to make this effect fade. Minor freeze. Minus 10% HP, min. AGI reduced by 7%. Medium freeze. Minus 15 HP, min. AGI reduced by 15%. ACC reduced by 5%. Severe freeze. Minus 20% HP, min. AGI and ACC reduced by 20%. Complete freeze. No HP loss. AGI reduced to 0. ACC reduced to 0. DUR reduced by 75%. Those are pretty much the most common status effects you will meet, however there are a lot of more custom ones that deal multiple effects that are not found on this list. Your status effect, Lustful Desires, is one such effect. Lustful desires, your love for the fairer sex is not what many would call very pleasant, especially if you ogle them up and down. This status effect makes it so whenever a girl catches you perving on her, unless other factors are at play, they will lose 5 relationship points. Not to mention this makes you unable to focus when a voluptuous gal is around. Solomon. Issei shouted, looking at the bad status effect. Even Kuroka giggled looking at it. Seriously man, what the hell? 1,000 women, Issei, at my call. I might have been a favorite of God, but even I had my vices.
Yeah, and one of them was the fact you couldn't keep it in your pants.
Guilty as charged. With the status effect tutorial out of the way, you also unlocked the option to learn more about the relationship tab. It has a secret. When a relationship meter hits 100 it will become locked at that value, unless you really screw the pooch, and grant you a new skill, perk, title, or who knows what else. Also, when the values hit 75, people will become able to see the system after touching you while the main menu is active. In Kuroka's case the menu part was skipped. Naya. That sounds nice. Kuroka remarked, being able to still read the system by touching Issei. Our relationship meter is almost full as well. I wonder what you will get from me, Naya.
Whatever it is, I will take it. Issei said with a smile. I mean, I am practically receiving an ability from you, so why would I turn it down?
Kuroka blushed a bit at the compliment. Gained 1 relationship point with Kuroka Tuju. Oh, I almost forgot. You can track your relationships, and the value will appear on the right side of the screen under a picture of the person it belongs to. Now, move along to the training grounds. Is anyone else starting to think this system is actually sentient? Diedrag pointed out as the way the text was showing up sounded more human than mechanical. It is likely a limited grade of sentience. Still, Issei, Kuroka, you should go to the training grounds and see what you can do about the last tutorial. The sooner we get that out of the way the better. Solomon suggested and the couple obeyed, going outside to the training grounds. There was a dummy there and Issei was standing in the middle of it after him and Kuroka changed out of their pajamas. They have yet to eat, so this ought to build an appetite. And on K, a ding appeared. Combat. The dangerous act of fighting another person, being, or heaven knows what. Listen here, because this is important. In combat, it will always be STR, Magi versus Dur in essence. However, having a higher doer than your opponent's STR or MGI by 1 doesn't mean they cannot hurt you, it only means they will have a harder time hurting you. Some areas of the body are weak to strikes, so be sure to protect yours and to strike the opponents with each chance you get. Now, as far as the damage goes, when the doer and STR MGI stats are equal, the damage will be no less than 100 each strike, with each 10 doer above the STR and MGI stats making it weaker by 10% until no more damage can be inflicted. At that point, if you were facing such an opponent, you screwed the pooch. Your damage output is calculated based on the nature of your attack, first of all. Normal attacks like punches, kicks, etc. and non-magical skills use your STR stat, and the math is simple. If you have 10 stir, then it is 10 times 100 plus any potential bonus given by equipment or skills, but we not are referring to those now, resulting in 1000 damage. Same with MGI when you are using something more magic based. However, remember, this doesn't mean you can instantly take people out. Their doer stat lowers the damage. The math is the same at first, but when in combat it works like this.
30 STR equals 3000 damage vs 28 doer equals 2800 defense, with the result being only 200 damage being dealt in the end. However, if you are lucky, and manage to strike on of the aforementioned weak points, you have the chance to inflict either a critical hit or a fatal hit. Different. Well, a critical hit is 100% more damage in the end, but a fatal hit will result in the enemy either being left with 100 or less HP left, which will constantly drop, or instant death. To be fair, it doesn't matter much in the end, as a fatal hit leaves very low chances of survival if not treated immediately, if it even can be treated. Be careful not to be stabbed in the heart, okay? Furthermore, we have the AGI and ACC stats.
This is where the type of combat you are in really counts. When you are in close combat, using your fist, it is AGI versus AGI, with the person holding the higher AGI stat having a higher chance to dodge the other's strikes and strike faster. When dealing with mid-range and long-range combat, it will be ACC versus AGI, with the ACC stat deciding if your strike hits or not. If the opponent's AGI is higher, then they might be able to dodge if your ACC is lower. However, that leaves int, WIS, CHA and LCK out of the equation, don't they? Well, that is because they contribute little to the overall fight. Their purposes are more useful outside of combat in general, except for int, which can be used in some cases. I see, Issei muttered, towards the dummy. So, in theory, if I punch it, then I would be inflicting some damage, huh? He pulled back his fist, then he struck the dummy dead on, but also noticed no damage done to it, only a ding. A small notification appeared before his eyes. You have dealt a total of 300 damage points to the dummy. The dummy is undamaged, as the system has recognized this as a training session meant to test the gamer's new abilities, and as such the dummy has been indestructible. This is actually scary, Ddrag commented. The dummy was not even something we thought the system had any power over, yet it made it indestructible. Does this thing alter reality or something? I think that is exactly the case, Ddrag. Solomon commented, sounding as concerned as Ddrag, but at the same time more collected and calm compared to the dragon. Granted, I do not think we have reason to worry. The system seems to be in Issei's control, but not on the scale where it can use such abilities of it. Which is a good thing. Ddrag sighed. I will need heart medication if this keeps up. Naya, how are you, Issei? Kuroka asked, going to him. I am feeling fine, actually. He replied calmly, looking at the dummy and noticing the little damage dealt. Judging by the damage, it seemed to have a base stat of 14 doer, and he didn't use any type of boost, or his dragon shot. Still, this stuff is strange. You can say that again, Naya. Kuroka said, pouting a bit. How does it even work? Interdimensional. I never heard of something like that, Naya. Don't ask me, Solomon said. I said what I knew, nothing more. Some birthday presents this is. Issei said sarcastically, crossing his arms. Barely woke up and I was already given something this crazy, but at least we have some answers now and then some. He said. Yeah, who knew this stuff was what was causing you headaches and preventing you from using your balance breaker? Speaking of, it was listed with your skills, so maybe you can use it now. That is indeed true. From Diedrag's words, you should have been able to use it for quite some time now, and since the system is fixed, it might have finally given you access to it. Solomon stated as well, but then he looked at the skill page. Ah. Never mind, not now. It says here you first need to level up to 10. Well, I guess I only need. Then, out of nowhere, a ding was heard. For finishing the tutorial, you were granted 1000 express. Apologies, but this is the normal amount you get when you finish the tutorial.
Congratulations. You leveled up to level 10. Skill unlocked. Scale mail.
Or never mind that and let it come to me. Issei continued. Then he quickly brought up his stat page again to look at it. Issei Hyodo. Title. Red Dragon Emperor. Level. 10, 785 10,725 Express. HP. 2210 2210 1 HP, Min. Santa. 1850 1895 1 STA, Min. Mana. 1760 1760 1 Mana, Min. Stir. 18. Agi. 19. Magi. 14. Dur. 16. Ak. 14. Wis. 34 plus 20 from Ultimate, Unique Skill, Solomon.
Int. 21 Cha. 23 LCK. 14 SP. 60 Status Effects, Lustful Desires.
Okay. My stats are somewhat bad, but I do have a lot of stat points, Issei muttered, but then he looked at Kuroka, noticing how she was looking at him with a slight bit of confusion. He understood her. He didn't fully get this either, but maybe it was because of his Wis stat or the fact he had been aware of his game-like stuff, but to him this seemed somewhat more natural. He just had a feeling this is how the system was supposed to be, not the mess that gave him headaches. Wait, the headaches. The headaches have stopped. Issei half shouted in realization, then he rejoiced. Finally, the torture is over. I am free. Kuroka giggled. Well, I guess it is a no pain no gain deal. She asked. Besides, it seems pretty powerful if you stay to think about it. I am really looking forward to how this will affect your growth and shape you as the Red Dragon Emperor, Naya.
Issei smiled at Kuroka's words and he took the time to look at her, seeing the first woman he was to have and the one who has raised and supported him thus far. However, as he did that, a ding was heard. For observing your partner you have unlocked the skill, Observe. Issei. What happened? She asked, no longer touching him so she was unable to see the notifications of the system.
I think I just got a new skill. Issei said, looking at Kuroka again and noticing some things floating above her head. Kuroka Tuju. Nekosho, Reincarnated Devil, 2 Bishops. This is the Observe skill. Solomon said, fulfilling his duty. It allows you to observe beings and objects, offering you basic information about them. Right now it is at level 1, offering you only the name and race of the ones you are observing.
NYA. That should allow him to detect any supernatural creatures that try to pass as humans. Kuroka remarked. It is a very useful skill, NYA. Yeah. Issei said, continuing to use Observe on Kuroka. Hey, Solomon, does this skill have any cost or something I need to be aware of? It does, but it is negligible. Here, I will bring up your skill tab so you can check it yourself.
Observe, level 1, 100/400. This skill allows the gamer to observe and see various bits of information about the ones they are observing. It works on both beings and objects. Cost 1 STA per use. Currently, at the skill's current level, it can only reveal the name and race of the beings observed and only the name and purpose of items. Still a good skill to have. Issei said. Then he used Observe on Kuroka again, looking at the race section. 2 Bishops. Naya. That is the amount of evil pieces used to turn me into a devil. She boasted. I told you about them before. Right. Anyway, how about we get our day back on track? She suggested. I mean, it is your birthday, we should celebrate it. This system might have taken us both by surprise, but let's not focus on it and instead enjoy this day, Naya. Issei chuckled at her desire to have fun. He guessed it made sense considering most days are training and studying, which if he thought about it, will now become more pronounced since he won't need to worry about development issues anymore, not really them taking it easy. With that in mind, they both went back inside, celebrating with some drinks and even a cake Kuroka had baked him the day prior. They even did some karaoke, where Diedrag and Solomon threw in a killer duet when the machine played Homicide by Logic and Eminem. He didn't know Diedrag could rap like that, nor was he aware Solomon had a similar talent. But apparently, when you are stuck inside someone's head you have a fuckton of free time, so you tend to do things to pass time, and rapping just happened to be one of the things they do. Honestly, he really didn't expect it from the two of them. The party continued well into the night when Issei, since Kuroka didn't mind, was a bit tipsy and Kuroka was more than tipsy. She was already asleep, splattered on the futon inside his room with her chest spilling out of her kimono. However, Issei always got more serious when drunk, and this was no different. He was currently checking his newfound power, looking it over. The celebration earned him another point with Kuroka, which he figured was pretty nice. But something was bugging him. If the void system could make a dummy indestructible, then didn't that mean it could also do stuff like, maybe, being able to tell him who killed his parents? Who set the fire that night? Who tried to kill him? Who was it that sent him down this path? Normally, he wouldn't ponder on such questions, but in his current state, he was. He wanted answers and it was eating away at him knowing that the one who did might be still at large, running around freely thinking they managed to kill him. His and Kuroka's house had a barrier around it that notified Kuroka of any intruders, and so far no one tried anything. No one knew the Red Dragon Emperor was alive, nor that he grew and developed his power. He looked up at the sky above him. He couldn't help but wonder what his parents were doing. Are they happy in heaven? He hoped they were in heaven. He just cannot imagine the two of them down in hell, or as Kuroka better explained it, in the river Styx. But one thing he was certain about, he will become powerful enough to find and take vengeance upon the one who killed them. The burn on his arm, the scar it left, is a constant reminder of that. Quest received. Revenge of the Dragon. Main objective. Find out who killed your parents when you were 8 and get revenge in any way you see fit.
Additional objective. Return to Kuo, the place where it all started, and begin your journey there. Quest time limit. N. A main objective reward. Additional objective reward. 1000 yen, 2000 express.
Failure penalty. Death. This quest has been automatically accepted by the system. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. His first quest was related to his parents and his goal. In the end, it looked like there is more in this world than met the eyes, a fact that made him smile. If the system is as powerful as he thinks it is, then with it there is nothing he has to fear. He will develop this power, nurture it, and master it. And when the time is right, he will complete this quest and achieve what he desires, peace. Peace for himself and his parents. First, previous 3 of 33 next. Chapter 4. The start of the journey. The following day after Issei's birthday and the discovery of the system was an interesting one. Following the message regarding the quest, Issei went to sleep, waking up the next morning next to Kuroka. The two had breakfast, but that is when he told her about the quest. Return to Kuo, she echoed, looking at him with an innocent gaze. Isn't that where you lived before coming to May? It is, and the quest is telling me to return there. Issei said, continuing. The two of them sat at a classical tatami table, their legs underneath. I do not know how I should do this. The quest was not really giving me details, but maybe I could enroll in the school there. I think I read online that Kuo Academy has recently become co-ed, so maybe I could apply there.
But wouldn't that mean you also need to move? Kuroka asked, sounding worried.
You'd have to leave and find a place to stay there, and I doubt you will have the time to return here, to me. She was saddened about the possibility of Issei leaving, being afraid to be left alone. Issei was the only one who accepted her, even knowing that she was a wanted criminal and even listening to her selfish desire to use him as protection. However, her thoughts, and Issei's, were interrupted when they heard Solomon clear his throat. The two of them still didn't quite know how he was talking to them, but they mostly assumed it was a form of telepathy. May I suggest using another of my treasures to purchase a house in Kuo? Kuroka's ears perked up at the suggestion. She still had the earrings from before. That way the two of you could move in together. Granted, this would mean leaving this place that has served us for so many years, but it is not like you may never come back. During breaks and whatnot, you can always use teleportation to return here just like that. Not to mention this place can still serve as a safe haven if we find ourselves in dire waters. Solomon is right, Diedrag said, backing up his old friend. There is no need for you two to be apart. Also, Issei, I was looking with Solomon over the system stuff, and. Well, it turns out you can only keep your balance breaker up for around 45 minutes with full stamina currently. But with that being said, I also took notice that you have 60 stat points you can use to boost up your stats. The dragon continued, sounding somewhat giddier about that detail. Maybe you could do that now for a more decent amount of boosting, and since we learned that your doer grants you more stamina when leveling up, that would be 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, you are not wrong, he said, agreeing with Diedrag. Looking over his stats and title, he did get bonus SP every 5 levels, meaning he should be able to increase his doer quite a bit in order to get more stamina and HP when he levels up again. Not to mention the ability to use boost more, like Diedrag said, making this a 2 birds with 1 stone situation. Actually, Issei, may I recommend holding on to doing that? Solomon said, which confused them. Solomon, Diedrag growled. Look, the system says you can gain more stats by doing certain actions, correct? That means training should increase your stats, so you won't need to use your stat points to only increase your doer stat just to have more use of your sacred gear. Solomon said, his wisdom once again shining. Issei and Diedrag had to admit he had a point there, but that didn't remove the fact he still had pretty low stats and he couldn't exactly use his sacred gear a lot. I am not saying not to use them, only to be mindful of them. Try this. Put 6 in doer, then use 34 points as you wish. However, my advice is to always keep 20 emergency points in storage, as you never know when you might need a quick stat increase. I guess that does sound fair. Issei replied, and Kuroka was the one to back it up. Naya, that means you don't need to worry about putting points in a bad stat. She said. Not quite, but if he ever needs more of a specific stat, then yes. Diedrag said. Anyway, let us get back on track, shall we? We can worry about distributing the points later, right now we have to move. Solomon said, getting them all back on track regarding their plan. But where? Kuroka asked. We first need to find a house in Kuo to stay at, and it has to be a place that won't attract attention. We cannot get a penthouse, Naya. I might be able to find some selling offers online. Issei said, bringing out his phone and searching for any available house or large 2-person apartment in Kuo. While I search, Kuroka, could you start packing? I will join you shortly as soon as I find something. Naya, of course, she replied, and they got to work. Fortunately, Issei was able to find a place rather quickly that didn't really stand out. He found a normal house a good distance from Kuo Academy, meaning he doesn't need to worry about using the commune train or something. However, he also needed to register for the following year, which started this fall. Kuo followed a more Western system it seemed, so he needed to be ready. He managed to find a form online which he filled out with all the needed information and submitted. He will need to take an exam to get in, however, he noted down that he was homeschooled in order to get in, but that was not concerning to him since he had both Solomon and Diedrag. With their help he should be able to get in easily, right? You cannot rely on us to cheat a test, Issei. Diedrag said, shooting him down. Diedrag is right. You need to learn to make do without us, you cannot use our help for every little thing such as a simple exam. And Solomon backed him up too. Great. With that plan out the window, Issei resigned to simply accepting the fact he might need to study a bit to get in. He was not that worried about getting into Kuo overall, but he knew he had to remain hidden. No one could find out he was the Red Dragon Emperor, so he had to see about further increasing his aura suppression skill. He figured that he would need to use it to actually level it up. With that thought in mind, Issei then went to look for Kuroka, finding her packing up some clothing. He began to help pack as well, the two of them finishing by the time the afternoon was upon them. After that, they went outside and Kuroka began to focus on bringing forth another one of Solomon's treasures, Issei offering her a boost of power to better manage. Soon after, their bank accounts increased again and they had enough money to purchase the house in Kuo, but they had to get there first. Only issue. Based on what Kuroka said about Kuo, it was a place with high supernatural activity, so teleporting there, while possible, did entail a risk if they are detected, but Issei was not worried and they teleported anyway, leaving their stuff here. I must say, Miss Tuju, that I am more than glad to be selling you the house. The selling agent said. They arrived in Kuo a while ago, still in the afternoon, and immediately went to meet up with the sales agent in order to purchase the house. They were there right now, actually, looking over the place. The price is fairly accessible, considering the neighborhood, and it has a good distance to Kuo Academy. I take it you're. Oh, he is my boyfriend. Kuroka said, not even lying to the woman. She had a coy smile saying it, and Issei didn't correct her. Not like they needed to hide, they were doing enough of that already. Kuroka was hiding her ears and tail, being dressed in jeans and a rather tight top on her generous chest, simple clothing considering she will mostly wear her kimono around the house. The only times she wears more modern clothing like that is when they need to blend in. The woman was a bit surprised by the news, looking at the two. It was not like she had something against the two, but the papers said that the woman before her was in her mid-20s while the boy was in his late teens. She knew some boys prefer older women, so maybe she shouldn't ask questions. All right then. If the house is to your liking, then we can finish the transaction. I have the necessary documents with me in my briefcase.
Marvelous. Kuroka said, but was interrupted by Issei.
Wait, Kuroka, I must ask something. He said, approaching the selling agent. Is it possible to bring modifications to the house? It wouldn't be against our contract, right? The saleswoman perked up a bit, the boy before her asking a good question. Well, it should. As long as the modifications are done at your own expense and you have permission from the local town hall, then you should be allowed to alter the house as you desire as long as you also keep within the limits of the property. They clarified. Is that all you needed to know?
Yes, thank you. He replied. Then Kuroka went with the agent to finish the transaction, Issei staying behind in the house and opening up his quest menu. Revenge of the Dragon main objective. Find out who killed your parents when you were 8 and get revenge in any way you see fit. Additional objective. Return to Kuo, the place where it all started, and begin your journey there. Quest time limit. A main objective reward. Additional objective reward. 1000 yen, 2000 express.
Failure penalty. Death. The main objective of this quest had its rewards hidden, but the additional one was not. Though, Issei recognized that the additional reward was not very high, considering the simplicity of the request. Still, the money and experience were welcomed.
Then a ding sound was heard and he looked again at the quest as another window popped up. Quest updated. You have completed the additional objective for the quest, Revenge of the Dragon. Do you wish to collect the rewards?
YN. Issei didn't linger much on the matter and pressed Y, taking the rewards. 1000 yen and 2000 EXP was not much overall, but it was still much better than nothing, so he took them. Not like he had anything to augment the reward like a skill that doubled it. That would be way too overpowered for something like this. Even if this system could make a simple straw dummy indestructible, it had to have some limits, right? Regardless, he faced a new issue. His boosted gear. Due to how the system was damaged before, he couldn't progress normally with it, but now, if this stuff was to be believed, he can be expecting himself to boom regarding power.
Finally, but later. I thought that agent will never leave. Kuroka said as she allowed her ears and tails to breathe once again. Her taking a human disguise is somewhat uncomfortable for her, as she prefers keeping them out in the open. So, what now, NYA?
Now, well, I need to prepare myself for Kuo Academy. Issei said, looking out through the window towards the direction of the academy. He knew it was not going to be easy, as the place apparently had prestige and didn't accept anyone into it. If Issei wanted to, he had to study and pass an exam, as previously mentioned, but to pass he needed to pass with at least an 85% score. Any less and he won't make it in. Ddrag and Solomon will not help me cheese it, so I need to prepare myself. She went to him, standing beside him. Don't worry, Eyes. I am confident you can do it and pass. In fact, how about we make it a bit more interesting? Kuroka said, her voice drifting off to a more seductive tone which caught Issei's attention, the feline having a coy smile on her face. If you can pass with 100% and get the top score, how about we take our relationship to the next level, Naya? She traced a hand to the hem of her shirt, pulling it and revealing more cleavage to him.
Message received. I will crush that exam. Issei declared loudly and with a fiery determination, earning a giggle from Kuroka. At least he is pumped up about it. Solomon commented, talking to Diedrich in the privacy of the mindscape. Only Issei could hear them, since they were not communicating directly with the outside for Kuroka to hear as well. Indeed. I must admit, the cat knows how to get him fired up for something. Seriously, partner, all it takes is some gal promising you some and you would jump off a cliff.
The dragon commented, feeling quite worried. He was not about to deny the feeling. His current host, while promising, no, scratch that, now that he had this void system or whatever he was bound to eventually spank Searsex like the bitch demon he was. He shared Solomon's opinion regarding the Grimoire line, a bunch of seducers, but at the same time also too big-hearted regarding their own servants and blood.
Kuroka giggled, a blush over her face. Then better start studying, eyes. Do not disappoint me, alright? It would be a shame if. However, before Kuroka could finish her sentence, she remembered something. Something she should have probably mentioned first before returning to Kuo. Something wrong, Kuroka. You are not usually one to freeze mid-sentence like that, Issei said, taking note of her strange pause. Well, I might have forgotten to mention the people here, she said, a drip of sweat running down her face. You see, Kuo is officially owned by the Shinto pantheon, as they own entire Japan, but Kuo has been lent. Lent? You mean that they gave it to someone or something? And that someone is named Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Ah, hell. Diedrich said, not bothering to stay silent this time around. So you are saying the Sisters of Two Satans are in Kuo? I have to admit, this is a big oversight, Solomon commented.
Guys, please, we cannot blame her for forgetting this. Well, not entirely. Kuroka was relieved that Issei was understanding of it. However, this does bring up issues, since they are likely to feel the presence of my boosted gear if I am not careful. Suppressing my aura might help somewhat, but I don't think it will work against high-ranking devils very well. Naya, that is true. Kuroka said, feeling still a bit guilty for forgetting that. However, we still have plenty of time until the first day of Kuo Academy, which should allow you plenty of time to practice and whatnot. Kuo is infamous for its large concentration of strays. Like you? Issei asked. No, I mean bad strays, Kuroka said, correcting him. You see, Issei, not all strays are the same. Some of us can handle our demonic power, but others cannot, causing them to usually mutate and turn into a monster as a result. They are carnivorous, ravenous monsters, and the world will truly be better without them. I see, Issei replied, thinking about the situation. So, in essence, I have to study for the exam, train myself by hunting those strays, keep myself hidden from not one, but two high-ranked devils, and somewhat still make it in time for dinner. He said, joking at the end, which made Kuroka drop a slight chuckle. Men, good thing I didn't sit on my ass all this time then.
But unfortunate that you couldn't advance much, Diedrich added, which was true, something which still irritated the dragon. That as well. Regardless of planning, we need to get our stuff in. I will teleport it from our home in May. Since it is not as great of a distance like Israel as Solomon's treasures will mean no need to use your boosted gear on me, so be ready to unpack, Naya. Kuroka said, going to the middle of the living room and preparing to cast her magic while Issei leaned against a wall and waited. Although very skilled in her spatial magic, she still needed a few moments to teleport that much stuff in. So Issei decided to do something in the meantime and look over his stats and skills, mainly to improve them as previously stated. He had 60 speed, but he knew he would need to keep 20. He looked at his boost skill and its cost and limitations. It cost him 50 stamina per boost, and he currently had 1850, meaning he could use it about 0.37 times. However, there was also the limit set by his DUR stat, which lowered that number to 3 since his DUR was 16 currently.
That also meant he could only afford one stored bonus to use later with Explosion. Luckily, his title offered him an additional 10 skill points SP every 5 levels, and he was level 10, which explained why he had 60 when you do the math. He normally gains only 5 SP per level up, and his stats gain 1 by default each time he does level up. One of Solomon's lessons: thinking before acting. He looked at his MGI stat, seeing how low it was, along with ACC. Dragon Shot was a long-ranged attack, so he was certain of the importance of his accuracy, making him use 5 points for each, then dumping 6 into Doer, meaning he still had about 24 points to spend. His Whis and Cha were buffed as is, so he put 10 into his int so his mana increased more as well in the future. Okay, 14 more points to go. He decided to evenly split them between his STR and AGI. Now, if his math was correct, he could boost 4 times and store 2. Not to mention his STA was going to increase when he leveled up, so that was a bonus. Not long after he was done, Kuroka finished teleporting their stuff, which meant the part where they unpacked was here. Goody. He had been unpacking mostly by himself at some point, as Kuroka offered to make dinner once the kitchen was finished, and Issei had just barely finished putting down the couch in the living room and collapsing on it.
That took forever. Remind me again why you couldn't use magic.
Because, old friend, the presence might have attracted unwanted guests. We must stay hidden, remember? Solomon said, enlightening the dragon to the reason. Can't exactly flaunt our might everywhere, as much as I am certain you want to, Drake. Says the one who had 1,000 women at his call. The dragon muttered bitterly, pointing out Solomon's very eye-catching detail. The king dared make no reply, as he knew he would be heading into a losing battle. Dinner's ready, Naya, Kuroka shouted, coming into the living room with 2 steaming bowls of rice. She set them down on the table in front of them and took a seat on the couch, cuddling up to Issei's side. Tired? A bit. Took a bit to unpack everything and set it all up. Issei replied. Shall we eat? I'm starving. But of course. However, how about watching a movie as well while we cuddle on the couch? Kuroka suggested, knowing full well, in her mind, that she won't stick to simple cuddling, but tease him along with her chest. Issei was also aware of this, but he didn't mind. He nodded and the two began to enjoy their evening, but rings broke out in Issei's head, resulting in him gaining new quests. Academic beginnings. You need to pass an exam to get into Kuo Academy, and luckily for you, the system has your back. Kind of.
Main objective. Dedicate 10 hours of studying to the following subjects.
Literature, 0 tenths. Mathematics, 0 tenths. English, 0 tenths.
Social studies, 0 tenths. History, 0 tenths. Additional objective. Score first in the exam. Quest time limit. N. A main objective reward. +10, int, perk. Bookworm, and 3000 EXP. Additional objective reward. +5 relationship with Kuroka, 5000 express.
Failure penalty. -10 relationship with Kuroka and locking away access to any future quests related to Kuo Academy.
However, this was not the only quest he was getting.
Stray Hunter and Secret Dragon. Main objective. Level up and grow stronger by defeating stray devils and other possible enemies around Kuo. Reach level 15 before starting to attend Kuo Academy. Additional objective. Your actions are bound to attract attention from unwanted parties, so you must remain hidden at all cost. Level up your aura suppression to 10 and make sure to not blow your cover as the Red Dragon Emperor or attract the direct attention of either Rias Grimori or Sona Citri.
Quest time limit. 4 months. Main objective reward. 20 SP. Title. Stray Hunter, 20,000 EXP. Additional objective reward. 5000 express failure penalty, possible death. This was going to be an eventful 4 months, huh? Regardless, Issei knew what he had to do, and with the stakes being the loss of his V-card, there was no way he was going to lose. Watch out, Kuo, the Red Dragon Emperor is back. The next day after their cuddling, Issei and Kuroka decided to go shopping to scout out the surrounding area, not to mention this offered Issei a chance to level up, aura suppression. Why?
Because he needed 3200 EXP to level up. He also checked a small tutorial on how skills do level up and found out that they gain 100 express per use, but more passive ones like aura suppression require being used around a person for a minute against individuals it works against, meaning Kuroka was not an option since her Yukai nature lets it bypass it. That meant he can gain around 6,000 express per hour if he uses this constantly when around one person, which he was currently doing by being outside with Kuroka on the streets, but it was bound to take some time. However, a perk of this was that it took express per person. It wasn't long before he saw the express bar of the skill almost full and on the brink of level 5. Kuo is a really nice town, she said, suppressing her usual verbal tic by saying, Naya, as they were in public. Although Issei could tell she was having a hard time restraining herself from it at times. Too bad it is full of unsavory characters.
True, but we cannot judge them by their covers like books, can we? He replied, realizing she was talking about the devils in town. They have not even met them, but Issei realized they needed to be wary of them.
Grimoire and Citri, two clans Solomon offered information upon. The Citri were masters of water magic and some are even born with powerful ice magic. The Grimoire are known for their abilities to, in short words, seduce weak-willed individuals. Those who are weak and hollow can easily fall prey to their ability, turning them into slaves, but one can break out of it by simply growing a spine. More easily used by the women of the clan than the males. As for the girls themselves, Rias and Sona, they knew nothing about. Well, next to nothing. They knew they were in town and likely with their entire peerage groups to boot. I guess, but that doesn't mean I need to like them. Kuroka replied, standing by her point. They eventually walked by a clothing store and Kuroka's eyes wandered. Here, Issei. She called out to him and the boy felt despair wash over him, a feeling shared by the two inhabitants within him. One thing even Solomon knew, which was a truth unchanged for centuries, women going shopping for clothing was a man's nightmare. But they had to go, for there was no way to dodge this. Damn the manly duties to stick by your ladies. Issei resigned himself to the fate which was to likely be the next 2 or so hours of his life, walking into the shop with Kuroka in tow.
Even if he knew jack shit about women's clothing, he tried giving his best opinion on them, giving the best advice possible. Solomon was many things, but a fashion expert he was not. Diedrich was out of the question as well. His advice was mostly either turned down or questioned, but possibly because of his increased WIS stat, he started to learn from each mistake. He actually listened to Kuroka's muttering on some of the clothing, piecing stuff together.
It was either about some stuff making her look too fat in some way, mainly the area of the buttocks, or too slutty. He was slightly shocked to hear her worry about the latter, considering how she walks around the house, but he guessed she was not an outright slut. God strike him for thinking that. But her demeanor was a bit misleading. But she was just a playful tease. Slowly but surely, he began to make good suggestions, and there, when she went to the changing room, he heard a ding.
For helping out Kuroka and honing your fashion sense a bit, you have gained the skill, Fashion Novice. Seriously, this stuff had to be messing with him in some way or another. Oh, Issei, what do you think? She came out of the changing boot, wearing a pair of black jeans combined with a red turtleneck red sweater. The clothing fit well on her body, making a good job of not attracting attention. It was overall more conservative clothing than he was used to seeing her in. I think it looks very nice on you, definitely different from the normal style you rock, he said, thinking it was likely the new skill he acquired at work. The sweater does a good job at accentuating your bust, and the jeans look good as well. Then again, black is said to go with anything. Kuroka put on a sly smirk. The Kuro part of her name meant black, so she took it as Issei saying she looked good in anything. Relationship with Kuroka has reached the max amount from independent increase. From now on the only way to increase her relationship meter is by completing quests. The notification came as a surprise to Issei, who had him check her page, seeing her relationship points at 91 hundredths. So, it seemed that the last 10 points in each relationship meter needed to be earned via questing. That put forth a small issue, mainly that this meant he had to actively seek out opportunities for future relationship tabs. God damn it, it was that kind of game. Oh, Issei, she called out to him, making the boy look in her direction and feel his gaze bulging from his eyes.
She was bent over, and the jeans, as good as they looked on her, hugged her rear very, very well. He stared at her ass, long and well, and Kuroka was aware of that. She was teasing him again. He shook his head, the woman giggling and standing straight once again. Some motivation in order to study for the exam, eyes. Remember, if you get first, rewards are in. Yes, ma'am. He replied with enthusiasm, the original gloom of being in a clothing store fading and being replaced with vigor. Soon after they left the store, resuming their little walk around. Kuroka sent the things they bought home, having hidden in an alley and using her magic there, then continued on their road.
They had the chance to walk around for a good while, as time passed. While they were in the shop, his aura suppression did level up to level up.
Skill leveled up. Congratulations, aura suppression is now level 5, and as a result, it has grown.
Aura suppression. Level 5 and 106,400. This skill enables the gamer to hide their aura and power from other beings, making them seem like a normal human being for the most part.
At its current level, the skill is able to hide the user's power from low-class and medium-class devils, angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings, allowing the user to pass unnoticed. Currently, the skill can prevent the listed beings from detecting the user entirely, and even conceal the power of their sacred gear completely. However, high-class beings can detect his power, but not clearly, meaning they are unable to tell if he has a sacred gear or not, or if he is just a magician. Stronger beings are able to bypass this skill at its current level. Additionally, yokai are able to bypass this skill entirely, no matter the level. This skill has no cost. This skill does not affect the bonus given by Draconic Aura to the gamer's relationship points. Nice progress. He shuddered to think about the next level, however, as he realized that the express requirement kept doubling after each level up with his skills until he hit the max. They suddenly stopped as Kuroka stopped walking, looking ahead with a stunned expression. Kuroka, Issei called out to her, seeing her widened eyes and a small shake growing in her. He looked in the direction she was looking at, seeing a white-haired girl enjoying some ice cream while leaning against a shop's door, likely waiting for someone. Issei didn't get that good of a look at her when Kuroka pushed them into the alley, shaking. Kuroka, was that? Yes. The hair and judging from her looks, it all matches. That is Sharon, isn't it? Issei asked, figuring it out. Out of all the individuals, Kuroka had to find her sister in Kuo. She was shaking, and Issei placed his hands on her shoulders. Kuroka, calm down, he told her softly, hoping they were not attracting any attention. It was not working, so Issei did the next best thing he could think about and raised her chin, taking her lips into his. They kissed before, of course, even made out. They had been dating for a while after all. This seemed to calm down the shaken woman, so when she pulled back she took a deeper breath. Thanks for that, she said, regaining her composure, which allowed her to think. If she is here, then I assume she must be part of one of the peerages around the area.
Let me use my observe skill, maybe I can get some information.
Issei said, but then he realized something. Since Sharon was a yokai like Kuroka, she can bypass his aura suppression skill, meaning she would be able to tell he is more than meets the eye. Shit. This just got 10 times harder if she really is part of a peerage group. Granted, Kuroka once told him yokai can get distracted and not pay attention to the key around them, so it was possible to observe her without being detected.
Slowly, he peeked over the corner and used the skill, observe, on Sharon, trying to see if he could get any useful information. 1 stamina per use was really cheap, after all. Kaneko, Sharon, Taju, Nekosho, reincarnated devil, 1 rook. Interesting. Issei muttered, going back to Kuroka before being spotted. I didn't get much, except that she is a rook, but I did read something peculiar. Her name is different. What do you mean? Kuroka asked, confused. It is Kaneko, not Sharon. Issei said, and Kuroka seemed to catch on quickly after that.
A name, she muttered. Sometimes, devils give their servants a new name if they request it. She might have done that. Regardless, to me she will remain Sharon, no matter what other name she gets. Understandable, Issei said. Then he and Kuroka went through the alley, making sure to avoid Sharon, aka Kaneko. Once they were out on the streets again, Issei began to use observe on the people around, realizing he should probably level that up as well. Besides, it was quick. At first. Skill level up. Your observe skill is not level 2.
Skill level up. Your observe skill is not level 3. Skill level up. Your observe skill is not level 4.
By the time it hit level 4, Issei noted that it would need to be used on 32 people in total, which was still easy to do. He just walked around with Kuroka, leveling up his skills and waiting for aura suppression to level up as well. Granted, at some point, while he was using his observe skill, something else caught his eye.
They were just walking down the street when they saw a blonde guy, the pretty prince type that Issei assumed he would have hated for hogging all the attention of the girls in school. He wore a simple white shirt and pants, then simply walked past them, but Issei managed to observe him and found information, again.
Yuto Kiba. Reincarnated devil, one night. Another devil, this time a knight. It was not hard to believe there was some connection seeing two of them so close, both a knight and rook. Issei notified Kuroka about it, and she replied that devils usually keep their peerages close, meaning that if two of them are around, the master, the king, must be close as well. They assumed it was one of the two sisters, which they couldn't tell as Issei's observe was not high enough in level. Still, this had them quicken their pace through the city a bit to put some distance before they pick up anything, all the while trying not to seem suspicious. Seeing not one, but two peerage members did mean the king was around, after all, and Issei didn't want to fail his quest already. They had already spent a good amount of time in town, so on their way back his aura suppression should level up again. Not to mention he did need to study. Oh goody. In the end, Issei and Kuroka returned to their home and managed to relax some more, Kuroka drawing the draperies and letting her ears and tails breathe, letting out a long sigh of relief.
Much better, NYA. She said, walking around the house a bit as Issei sat on the couch, preparing himself to study. She pouted a bit seeing him prepare. Must you really study now? You have 4 months for that, and you must only study 10 hours for each subject, right?
Yeah, but I have a total of 5 subjects, which is 50 hours of studying. Issei replied, doing the basic math. At least I managed to get aura suppression to level up twice today. He was thankful for that, but looking at the express requirement for level 7 had him worried when he saw it. Granted, it was to be expected if you did the basic math, but even then, oh boy. I guess that is true, some progress is better than no progress, Naya. Kuroka said. Too bad, I was hoping to cuddle with you on the couch and watch a movie. Curse this need to study for the exam. Sorry, Kuroka, maybe another time. I also need to go out tonight. He said, deciding not to hide it from her. I also need to level up myself, and the only way to do that is by going out and either completing quests or fighting and defeating enemies. Naya, isn't that dangerous? She asked, worried. What if you meet the devil who has Sharon in their peerage? Your skill cannot hide your presence from a yokai, you know that well.
She has a point, Diedrich said, making his presence known. True, Sharon is an issue, but what if we make it so she cannot tell the difference? Solomon suggested. Aura suppression. Hides your presence, true, making you invisible when it comes to feeling for your power. But what if you mask your presence with Diedrich's? I see. Issei said, understanding what he was intending to say as he listened. So, instead of suppressing, I should be masking?
Exactly. Solomon confirmed. It might be possible for you to use my raw power to create such a mask, but there might be a cost. With this system in play, we can expect a skill to be created as a result of our action, a new skill, which will mean there will be limits. The dragon then muttered something Issei couldn't really understand, but he was likely getting a headache from trying to understand this system. Still, you'd need to use this in the field to make it a reality. I have been looking through the system's functions, and the skills, and learned as much as I could about the way it works. I am still learning, but certain skills can be created at random by performing certain activities. Solomon said, rubbing his beard, even if only Diedrich could see him do so. But it is not a guarantee, so be careful, Issei. No worries, I will make quick work of any stray who stumbles in my way and looks for a fight. Issei said with confidence, holding his fist up. Besides, we are also doing something good for the town, right? Those things are killers, so by doing this we also help out Kuo, its inhabitants, and as a bonus the devils. Good, Issei. However, before we can engage in such activities, I think you have to study, am I right? Solomon remarked, putting Issei on the spot as he felt like the king was gazing at him like an angry teacher. Hopefully, those nightly escapes won't damage your studies. No worries, Solomon, I will make sure he studies. Kuroka said, adding in her help. Issei, by this point, was feeling like trapped prey between two predators, so he looked at his hand, hoping Didrag would help him and side with him. After all, he had a lot of EXP to gather. Surely Didrag would want to help him reduce possible long hours of studying so he can go kick ass more, right?
Sorry, partner, but Solomon told me to stand aside earlier and I am the wisest of kings to ever live, huh?
Looked like that also included impressive foresight. Issei sighed in defeat, getting his stuff in order. He had to study. After all, he was not going to deny that, but truth be told he hoped he can get off easily by doing a bit of studying each day which would eventually stack up to the objective of the quest, but it looked like Solomon was going to make sure he gets a proper study session in, and Kuroka was also backing him up.
It wasn't even that late outside, barely late afternoon, around 5, maybe 6 in the evening. However, by the time he was done, it was 8 p.m. Solomon had him study social studies all this time, which earned him no extra points in his instat, but did progress the quest. Kuroka also made dinner, so they sat and ate for a bit, but then came the time to depart. Issei decided to, and mostly thanks to his new, fashion novice skill, use clothing that didn't attract a lot of attention. Since he was going out at night, the goth style was the way to go. Minus all the makeup. He put on a dark gray hoodie and black pants, which was his main attire for those sessions.
Under his hoodie, he wore a plain white shirt, which was not visible. With his attire all done, he said goodnight to Kuroka, the Nekosho confident he'd return and see him in the morning. No need to pull a sleepless night waiting for him. Issei left his house around 9 p.m., the sun had barely set as the days were growing longer for when summer came around. The street lights turned themselves on, and he proceeded to head wherever the night took him.
Watch out, strays, here I come. Come on. Where are the stray devils? Issei asked himself in desperation as he has been walking around Kuo for a good amount of time now and found nothing, not even a trace of a stray. Seriously, those guys were rare or something. He expected them to be nearly everywhere. They are not like rabbits, partners. They are around, do not be worried, but they won't come out if you ask. Didrag is right, Issei. Solomon added. However, I think I know how to get them to show up. Try to turn off your aura suppression skill. Wait a minute. Won't that make it obvious I am the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei asked in worry. Not entirely. No, from what Didrag here has told me before, strays are attracted by individuals with power, sacred gears, who are also an easy prey. Solomon explained. If you keep the boosted gear in its twice critical form, it should fool them to think you are one such easy prey. Also, try to flare your aura and feel your surroundings. If you say so, Solomon. I trust you, but I better not wake up with the peerages on my head. Issei replied and did as Solomon told him, deactivating aura suppression. Since it had no real cost, he always had it on, even when it wouldn't give any real express gain. After that he tried to flare his aura, first deploying the twice critical stage of the boosted gear, then after that, he began to let his aura flare, surrounding himself with it. However, he heard a ding again, meaning the system kicked in. For flaring your aura you have gained the skill, Aura Flare. Aura Flare. Level 1, Express. 0400s, flaring your aura lets everyone know you are there, but also works to attract any curious being to you. This skill costs 10 STA to use and 5 STA to maintain per minute. Huh. Not bad. Issei muttered as he then walked around for a bit, disengaging his sacred gear for now and continuing his search around Kuo. He left the residential area and went towards the shopping district, seeing all the shops closed and barely anyone on the streets, par drunks, couples going out, and occasionally, street thoughts. This did allow him to also train his observe skill a bit, but only a bit before he passed by an alley. Hey,
Kid, over here. A man spoke from the alley, catching Issei's attention. The person in question was wearing pretty dirty clothing and was ripped in some places. Issei assumed he was either a beggar or homeless person, got into a nasty fight, and was looking to rob him. However, as he tried to use the observe skill on him, he took notice of the sudden quiet around the place.
A barrier. Combat mode, engaged. Note: when you discover an enemy out in the open, the system will automatically deploy a barrier when combat is about to ensue. This will prevent any normal human being from interrupting or witnessing the fight, as the barrier will make them avoid it. Any damage done to the surrounding area will also be automatically fixed when the barrier is lifted. However, those who can sense the barrier and acknowledge its existence will not be fooled by it. Wait. But that means, come here, you punk. The man lunged forth at Issei, drawing a knife at him and revealing his wings. However, Issei took notice that the man's left eye was larger than the right one, and the sclera was a sick yellow instead of white. This was likely a young stray, one which has just left its peerage. Issei dodged the knife as he could, then he retaliated by using his leg to kick the stray in the stomach, sending them back. This gave him the time to use observe on them, giving him some intel. Stray devil. Reincarnated devil, stray, 1 pawn. A stray, finally. However, Issei took a moment to examine the damage he inflicted, comparing it to his STR stat. He stood at 26 STR, meaning he dealt a default 2600 damage, which is reduced by the stray's dur, making his dur stat 19. Quick math problems, when simple, were simple. Damn, punk. This stray was no prime material for fighting, meaning he was likely only meant to be used as fodder or something in whatever peerage he was forced to join. Or joined willingly. Issei deployed his sacred gear, in the twice critical stage, seeing the stray charge in again and likely try to come in for a slash again. Issei had to remember this was a stray devil, a killer, and no longer human. Issei applied some of the moves Kuroka had taught him, once again dodging the knife by sliding to the side, but this time he kicked the knife out of the stray's hand into the air, then used his covered hand to punch them back. The knife came down from the air and Issei grabbed it, just in time as the stray was recovering from the punch. Once they saw Issei holding the knife and sporting a sacred gear, he knew he was out of his depth. Wait. Listen to me, kid, please don't do anything rash. I was high, that's it. I am not usually like this. No use bullshitting, Issei said, making the stray flinch. He twirled the knife in his hand, then he used observe on it. Kitchen knife. Knife used in the kitchen. A kitchen knife, really? Well, it didn't matter now. He looked at the stray again, and used observe once more on him, which was accompanied by a ding. Skill level up. Your observe skill is now level 5. Your observe skill has grown. Now, additional information will be added when observing, namely the level and health of the target. It will also now reveal the durability of weapons and items as well. That was a good upgrade. Issei used the observe skill on Walton again, looking at his new information. Stray. Level. 4E, HP, 401 thousandths, reincarnated devil, stray, 1 pawn.
If he punched him again, his HP might hit 0. Damn, is this how weak some beings are? He was over twice this guy's level. He felt like a bully. He looked down at the stray, the pathetic being still holding on to some sense of ration as he tried to negotiate for his life. However, Issei knew what those strays do, and he was not about to leave one running around. So he took the knife and walked to him. It felt strange, knowing he was about to end a life. Normally, he was sure he'd be freaking out about this, but it was likely his gamer's mind helping him right now. It was concerning, in a way, but he didn't need to bother with it right now. He picked up Walton with his sacred gear covered hand and lifted him up. Please, don't. Boost. Issei drove the knife right into his, using the boost to make sure it went through his sternum and stabbed his heart directly. He held on to him as life left his body, the stray jerking and struggling as his blood stained the ground and got on Issei as well.
Fatal strike. The words were clear and soon enough he stopped moving altogether, and Issei let go of the body. He looked at it and at the knife now in his hands and then felt a sense of vertigo wash over him for a second before he felt gamer's mind kick in, calming his mind. Still, he was troubled. "Be at ease, Issei," Solomon said, making his presence known. This stray devil was no longer human or worthy of any pity. Had you left him alive, others would have died.
Solomon is right, partner. You cannot lose your nerve each time you do this, because you will be doing this a lot. Diedrag pointed out as well, and Issei calmed himself. He looked at the stray again, seeing his mutated body simply laying there. Then, he received a notification asking him if he wanted to loot the body. He also sincerely hoped this won't take his clothing as well, so he pressed the Y button, and the information poured in.
Minus 50 yen added to your inventory. Bag of cocaine was added to your inventory. Oh hell. This guy really was a junkie. Issei exclaimed as he quickly took out the bag of drugs from his inventory, hoping the system would allow him to sell it. And luckily, it did, for 1,000 yen. Thankfully he got rid of that shit. Issei left the alleyway, thankful for the late hour and shadowy place the stray's body now rotted in. He didn't really have any other choice other than leaving it there, but he assumed the devils won't be letting things get public seeing as the stray had obvious mutations. They will likely cover up everything. He went to a neighboring alley where he hid, dumping the knife into a dumpster. With a little luck, no one would find it. But he now had another problem. He was stained with blood. That was going to be an issue, but for now he checked the express he received from his first kill. He got 500 EXP from that kill, which was not that bad considering the low level of the stray. He then looked down at his clothing, seeing the blood that splattered it. He couldn't walk around like this, so he began to wonder if there was at least some spell that could help him get clean. He tried to focus what little, pathetic amount of magic he had, knowing the boost from earlier was still in effect, and tried to use magic to clean himself of the blood. Eventually, a soft white light enveloped him for a quick second before the blood was cleaned, leaving his clothing stainless. For actively trying to use your magic, you have gained the skill, Self-Clean. Self-Clean, Level 1, 98 400ths, fights are bound to get messy and leave you dirty, but fret not. This handy skill will clean you right up. When used, this skill will remove any trace of filth from your clothing and body. This skill costs 50 mana to use.
Huh, nifty. Issei muttered as he began to walk away, leaving the scene of the crime. Literally, in a way. He slipped through the alleys, thinking about turning on aura suppression again, but Solomon advised against it. He needed to find more targets tonight, but he did say not to use aura flare recklessly, as it took stamina to function. It was around 11 p.m. right now, meaning he still had some time before midnight. He walked through the streets, his sacred gear dismissed. He was bound to recover the spent stamina he wasted back there in at least half an hour, which is what happened. He was looking for stray devils, how hard could that be? Well, it was proven back there that it was bound to luck, and even though he had a stat for that, it didn't seem to do much. Regardless, as he walked around the street, trying to see about finding another stray. Which, once again, proved harder than expected. Since they were murderous beings he expected them to be in places with a higher population, but maybe he should look at it differently. He was heading towards the industrial area of Kuo, his feet killing him a bit from all the walking. He wished he could just use his balance breaker and fly, but that'd be too flashy and likely put a flag or something on him. He walked around the industrial area, where most warehouses were located. This place had some houses as well, but mostly for the workers and their families who decided to live closer to work. He looked around, but he still saw nothing. As the results were not coming in, he decided to use aura flare to attract some attention. If a stray tried to jump him, then he would need to just deal with it, but maybe it didn't hurt to be more aware of his surroundings. He never had to worry about someone jumping him out of the blue in May, but that didn't apply anymore. He was like a light bulb on the street, attracting attention, so maybe being more aware of his surroundings was not a bad idea. He already got new skills, 2 of them, just tonight. Granted, they were more utility-oriented. Skill leveled up. Your aura flare skill is now level 2. Wait, if Issei was right, skills like aura suppression and aura flare would only level up if they affect a person, which means someone picked up his power signature. Drawing his hoodie over his head more, Issei deactivated aura flare and hid between some trash cans. Thank God he had the new cleaning skill. He activated his aura suppression and waited, eventually hearing the flapping of wings.
It looked like another stray devil, this one being female with some strange, bird-like features. Her arms were replaced by wings and her legs were talons. If Issei didn't know better, he'd say this was a simple harpy that got curious, but his observe skill cast that doubt aside. Stray. Level 5D, HP, 1200, Reincarnated Devil Stray, 1 Bishop. Jumping straight from a pawn to a bishop, Issei watched as she looked around, likely scanning for him. It was amazing how much the mutations to a stray can differ, making them look like other species altogether. However, he was not about to easily leave and let them do whatever they wanted to the area. But he did hesitate when he saw her. Front. Those were some nice knockers, but the scowl she wore on her face was not very inviting. Her HP was only 1200, meaning that if he used his dragon shot, he might be able to take her out easily. However, he thought again and realized that would be a poor choice as the light it made might alert her. Damn it. He wished he didn't throw away that knife now, it would have been useful as a weapon. The stray looked around, seemingly looking for him. Come out, come out. I can smell you. A shiver went down Issei's spine hearing that, thankful he was hiding in the thrash. Okay. Maybe he should use dragon shot. As flashy as the attack was, it might just land. The stray went past the trash cans, still looking, and Issei took the chance to act. He jumped from the thrash, managing to tackle her to the ground. Get off. She snarled, thrashing around wildly, but Issei held her arms down so she wouldn't hit him with her wings. However, he failed to secure her legs. She managed to grab him with her talons and pull him off, throwing him away. Issei looked at her as she got up, turning around to him and snarling, looking at him. Then she smiled, seeing that he only had a twice critical. What? You jump like that on me and all you got is that puny thing. Pathetic. You will make for a quick meal, boy. She charged at him, using her wings to boost her speed. Issei barely dodges as she launches forth with her talons, digging into the concrete. In a hurry, Issei put his sacred gear forth and allowed it to reveal itself as the boosted gear, the dragon shot, charging in his palm as he quickly used it, managing to nail her in the chest and launch her back. He heard a ding but didn't bother to check the notification yet as he got up, looking at the stray. Only 500 damage was done to her, even if her stomach where he hit her was smoking a bit. She just looked at him, angry. She then let out a loud shriek and flapped her wings at him, sending out a gust of wind that struck Issei head-on, knocking him back all the way into the wall of the nearby warehouse. He took around 700 points of damage to his HP from that, meaning her MGI was likely higher than his doer. Of course, why wouldn't it? He learned from Kuroka that bishops were gifted with high magical capabilities. He got up, seeing her charge in again to hit him with her talons, but he put his now armored arm up, grabbing her talon which failed to pierce his gauntlet, and knocked her into the wall. Not wasting any more time, Issei charged another dragon shot, before she could recover her bearings, striking her once more in the chest. Fatal strike. The stray's body fell limp on the ground, and Issei took a good breath of relief. True, he is holding back, but this would have been easier if he had a weapon of some kind, even a knife. Granted, now that this was over, he activated his aura suppression again and checked the notifications he received during that small battle. For attacking your opponent from behind, you have gained the skill Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack. Level 1, 100/400. Whenever you attack an opponent who has yet to register your presence and succeed in inflicting damage, this skill offers you a 20% damage boost when you land a successful strike. No cost required for this skill. Sub-skill. Wyvern Shot. Level 1, 100/400. A weaker version of Dragon Shot, created by not properly charging up the attack. This attack charges faster than the normal Dragon Shot, but lacks the same level of power. This skill inflicts an additional 50% of the gamer's original STR stat as damage when used instead of a stacking bonus like its parent skill. 20 stamina per use, 2-second cooldown between uses. This is why that Dragon Shot seemed weaker. In his rush to use it, Issei accidentally created another, weaker version of it, apparently a sub-skill called Wyvern Shot. He sighed a bit, admitting the skill might be useful as a quicker way to attack, and then he checked the express gain from this kill. 600, just a bit better than the last. He used his cleaning skill afterward, cleaning his clothing, then he decided he had enough for tonight and decided to head home to Kuroka, who was likely sleeping in his bed or something. First, previous ch4 of 33 next, chapter 5, increasing the difficulty. Okay, it was official. Grinding like this was officially a bust. It has been roughly 1 week since Issei began his grinding session. 1 week since he killed those 2 strays in a way that later had Diedrich doubt him. Not his fault he needs to hold back. Or was he holding back? It was very likely that the system was affecting him more than he knew, even to the point his ability to fight was affected. Damn, is this system supposed to make him op or nerf him? He doesn't know anymore. Regardless, the progress for this week was slow, all things considered. Solomon had advised Issei, per usual, to cycle through the subject he needed to learn for the academic beginnings quest, and so far the progress has been good enough, he might say. Heck, he even started to do more than 2-hour sessions per day, enabling him to get more progress. The day was basically dedicated to studying and the night to hunting. It was currently Monday, and Issei was reviewing his weekly progress. First, his own stats. The week proved to be a bit difficult, finding only 5 other stray devils the entire time. He thought those things would be more numerous, but it seems he was wrong about that. He found 1 the day after the first session, 2 more 2 days later after that one, then stumbled on the last 2 more or less by accident and blasted them using his wyvern shot skill. In total, that entire session earned him around 2400 EXP, meaning he was halfway toward level 11. Still, knowing there was a level curve each time he did level up, and how long it has taken him to progress this much so far, Issei doubted he will successfully get to level 15 before he starts going to Kuo Academy. As far as his other stats went, he did gain 2 more points in his MGI stat by using his self-clean spell and 1 ACC point for shooting using wyvern shot. His observe skill has been trained, along with aura suppression and aura flare, placing observe at level 6 now, with 200 express already earned out of 12,800. Aura suppression, having barely achieved level 7, and aura flare, being close to level 5, which is where Issei assumed it will grow like observe did, unlocking a new capability. But it didn't, making him doubt his assumptions. The sneak attack skill has not gained anything, mainly because he has yet to take any of the strays by surprise and all, making him think it might not gain express anytime soon. Too bad, that bonus was nice. However, his fashion novice skill did level up to level 3, but wyvern shot, oh boy, got all the way to level 4. It is faster to cast than dragon shot, even if it is weaker. Issei dismissed it too early when he did because he was coming to like it. As mentioned before, the self-clean skill was used quite a bit, putting it up to level 5 now, meaning it has gained a new capability. But not that great, all in all. The skill gained the ability to clean items he was holding, nothing more. It took a while to level this one up, mainly because his negative perk lowered the express it was supposed to gain by 2%, which he knew was true for all his skills that used magic. Good thing he doesn't have a bunch of them. Now, the progress to his quests. Academic beginnings. You need to pass an exam to get into Kuo Academy, and luckily for you, the system has your back. Kind of. Main objective. Dedicate 10 hours of studying to the following subjects. Literature, 7/10, mathematics, 1/10, English, 4/10. Social studies, 2/10, history, 5/10, additional objective. Score first in the exam. Quest time limit. 3 months 3 weeks left. Main objective reward, +10, int, perk, bookworm, and 3000 EXP. Additional objective reward, +5 relationship with Kuroka, 5000 express. Failure penalty. 10 relationship with Kuroka and locking away access to any future quests related to Kuo Academy. Alright, so to go over the progress, the day following the first outing he had then spent studying English for most of the day, putting in 4 good hours of his life, which he could have used cuddling, possibly touching Kuroka's fun bags. Into it. Then he spent the day after doing 1 hour for mathematics. He hated math, he really did. Furthermore, he spent the rest of that day studying history, having started early, which allowed him to get 5 hours into that. Halfway there with history, which was good, but the next day he went ham on literature. 7 hours in, meaning he only needed to do 3 more to finish that one. Solomon did warn him he should try to get mathematics caught up, but he managed to dodge the bullet so far. Then everything looped back to social studies, putting 3 more hours into those. This was most of his week, studying by day, hunting by night. His academic endeavors seemed to progress more smoothly than his other one, which kinda annoyed him, he won't lie about it. He needed to find a way to get more express in fast, but luckily, Solomon came up with an answer to that. He remembered a certain detail from all those strays, namely when he observed them. All of them had letters next to their levels, and Solomon was able to figure out why. Those were ranks. Most strays he had been killing granted him around 500 to 700 express per kill, but that was mainly because they were ranks E and D, the lowest there are. Ranks reflect the level in some way, but Solomon informed Issei that this notion applies only to the majority, with some special cases having higher ranks than their level usually states. This indicated them having gone through some process that allowed them to raise their rank, effectively placing a power gap between them and the norm. Still, killing some of those higher-ranked strays might yield him more express, so Solomon came up with a plan. The wise king stated that they have been keeping relatively close to their own neighborhood, and when they went closer to a certain area the ranks increased. Basically, the strays were keeping themselves within certain areas of Kuo because of something, and the king was willing to bet that reason was the presence of 2 peerages in Kuo. As such, the weaker strays are keeping their distance since they do not want to end up hunted by them. Issei had to admit it sounded pretty logical, but then Diedrich pointed out the issue. Solomon was stating that the stronger strays, which are bound to yield more express, are in the more frequented places by the devils, and they had to go there. Even Issei realized the risk at that point, but Solomon made it clear that unless they take this risk they will never reach level 15 in time for the quest. So this is why Issei was now here, during the evening again, walking into devil territory. I will say this once more, Solomon, I have a bad feeling, he muttered under his breath. Have some faith, Issei. I am certain rewards will be bountiful around those parts, assured the ancient king. Let's hope we don't bump into something else then, Diedrich stated dryly. The last thing we need is to tip off the devils of our presence, which is the last thing we need. How do we even know your hypothesis is correct, Solomon? We won't know until we check it, old friend. Solomon said. I admit to the risk, but given the amount of time and our current rates we have no chance of realistically getting the necessary amount of express for level 15. No risk, no reward, huh? Issei muttered again, then he sighed. He was keeping his aura suppression skill on this time around, since using aura flare might just attract the devils. He spotted 2 of them last time, Sharon and that Kiba guy, a rook and knight. He didn't know if they had any sacred gears. He knew for a given fact Sharon and Kuroka were part humans, not pure bloods, but in their kin, all children are born as female Neko's house or males of the father's kin. Kuroka confirmed to him their father was human, which was all she knew about their parents more or less. That left that Kiba guy and any other possible member of the peerage. Man, what a total mess this was. He wished he could just use his balance breaker and go on a rampage through Kuo to get the strays, but that was not an option. Stealth was the play here, after all. So he walked, searching for those strays in the area, and eventually, through sheer luck, a notification popped before his eyes. Dungeon detected. Since this is your first dungeon, the system pointed out that one is close by. In the future, however, you will need to find them yourself or develop an appropriate skill to find them. Now, how about a basic explanation, shall we? Dungeons are specific locations filled with enemies. They can be very good for leveling up, getting loot, and so on. They are usually locations with multiple rooms or floors, and you cannot leave the dungeon until you clear the current room, floor you find yourself located at. There is an item, however, to allow you an emergency leave, but I won't say what. Dungeons usually have better loot than normal, random enemies, and bring more benefits. Do note they have recommended levels, which are there for a reason. Better listen to them, or else you might find yourself biting off more than you can chew. Now, without further ado, let me point out where the dungeon is, exactly. It is right below you, in the sewers. Look for a bright red brick. Not the sewers, Issei said, dreading the thought of entering that specific place. Out of all possible places, why did it have to be sewers? Why? No use arguing, partner. If this stuff is to be believed, then you might just level up more from them. Now, where is the manhole? Ah. I share your disgust, Issei. At least Solomon was with him. However, knowing he didn't have that much a choice, he eventually found a manhole and lifted the lid, entering the sewers. Almost instantly he was hit with the foul smell of everything that was down here. Feces, piss, who knows how many rats and their excrement, and possibly a body or two, he doesn't want to know. He gagged, the smell hitting him strongly. Diedrich and Solomon saved themselves by not sharing Issei's sense of smell anymore. The sewers were also dark, with not a lot of light present. He ran his hand along the wall, trying to feel and look for the red brick mentioned. However, he could barely see shit in here. Seriously, he should think about bringing a flashlight with him or something. Skill acquired. Night vision, or never mind, that worked too. This skill allows you to see better in the dark, eyes, and it seems to consume 20 stamina to activate and 10 to maintain per passing minute. Solomon said, informing him. However, it should allow you better sight. Try it out. Done and done. Issei activated the skill swiftly, making his brown eyes glow green a bit, but as they did, he had to admit his vision improved really well. It was still no daylight, but now he could tell what was what. Although, on one side, that was not really a good thing as he saw some really nasty shit, literally. This time, when he gagged, he actually did throw up. What do people eat to end up shitting like that? Diedrich was disgusted, and rightfully so. And Solomon, for his part, due to the shock, actually collapsed. Solomon, hold yourself together. Let's find that fucking brick and get the hell out of those sewers, Issei said, and he looked around, eventually seeing the brick. Aha! He went to it and examined it, noticing it was sticking out of the wall, but as he touched it a notification popped up. Alert! You are about to enter the dungeon. Abandoned storage. The recommended level for this dungeon is 5. Do you wish to enter? Yes. Yes. All three of them shouted together, not being able to stand in the sewers for a moment longer. But the moment the button was pressed, the wall opened itself up, revealing a staircase going down. Issei, even with his newly acquired night vision, couldn't exactly see all the way down. It seemed that his skill had some limits, like a distance limit. Granted, Solomon was quick to answer. 10 meters. That is the distance allowed by this skill, Issei. The wise king replied. Then they saw the next notification. Skill level up. Night vision is now level 2. Something told him this skill will level up quite a bit today. He went down the stairs, looking around the area for anything of use. Like a torch. Granted, he doesn't feel like he needs one that much. He can see in the dark now, which was good enough, even if with a restricted range. Eventually, the stairs seemed to stop, leading into a short and narrow hallway. You couldn't really have two people standing side by side inside of it, and the hallway was so short that if he laid down on the ground his feet would touch the last step and his head the door. Still, he went forward and touched the handle of the door, his gear deployed, ready for anything that might try to jump him. Slowly, ever so slowly, he opened the door, letting the old wood swing open, and then quickly barging in, arm outstretched with a wyvern shot, prepared. He expected more of a challenge, but instead, he found nothing. Quite literally, this very first room he found himself in had nothing of worth in it. He noticed another door at the end of the room, and Solomon looked over the little information they had about the place. 3 floors, no more, and this was the first one. But they were promised enemies, yet Issei didn't see anything of the likes. The only stuff he saw was a square-shaped room with what seemed to be storage closets on the side. The dungeon is, supposedly, an abandoned storage of sorts. That got him thinking about some things. First, the location. It was clearly meant to be hidden, otherwise, the access would have been less of a hassle. And less discussed. That led him to believe that whoever once made use of this place didn't want whatever they were holding here to be found easily. However, judging by the lack of anything supernatural looking, there is the possibility he just stumbled about some old, hidden room made by some bored person. But he dismissed that possibility. Why? Because he knew what was out there, and this place could be used by strays to hide from the Citri and Gremory. In a way, his being here was still something he had to do. Plus, who knows what they stored here, it might have the equipment. Currently, as much as he hates to admit it, he was naked. Maybe he could find something to use, like a sword, as he learned his lesson from the last time with the stray in the alley. By learning from your past experience, you gained 1 wis. And the system agreed with him. He slowly went towards the closet there and opened it, keeping his guard up in case anything was going to jump him. But when he opened the closet he immediately got spooked and he let out a small scream as he backed down, but then he realized what spooked him. He found it strange, but they looked like wooden mannequins. They were blank, so to say, with no such thing as a face carved into any of them, and they looked less than ideal regarding their state. This is it. This is what they were keeping here. Sure we didn't stumble upon some freak's workshop? Diedrich asked as Issei got up, thinking the same as he then went to the door at the back. Maybe they were not on the first floor officially yet and still needed to descend, so he went to the door and tried to open it. However, he received a notification. Room incomplete. 0/5 enemies left. Enemies? But the only thing he saw was, crud. Turning around, Issei was greeted with a sight out of horror films. One by one, the mannequins got up, and they slowly began to make their way to him. He recoiled back a bit, hitting the door with his back and seeing them. Then, one of them charged at him, trying to punch him, but he managed to duck. However, he noticed something when the mannequin's fist made contact with the door. It broke, and damage was dealt. Curious, he used, observe, on it. Lesser wooden golem. Level 3E. HP, 1000, S. E. Rotten. Those guys were weak. And that status effect of theirs didn't really help them. Rotten. Beings who have this SE have a rotten body. Wasn't it obvious? Their bodies are decayed, resulting in the Dur and AGI stat being reduced by 80% and damage dealt to them being increased by 100%. Additionally, there exists a risk of self-damage when pushing their bodies too far. Okay. Creepiness aside, those guys were seriously weak when you couple their low level and this completely crappy SE. So, while still ducked, Issei balled his fist, the right one, and drove it right through the head of the golem that was next to him, sending wood splinters all over. It already damaged itself a bit when he broke his hand, but Issei's fist, even if not boosted, dealt more than enough damage to destroy the golem, watching it collapse. Skill acquired. Power punch. Okay, that sounded good. Those guys were real pushovers, meaning he won't even need his sacred gear. He dismissed it as a result, and so he continued to simply use his newly acquired skill on them. Their movement was slow and predictable. Those guys were truly low-level cannon fodder or something. He was one-shotting those guys, literally. All it took was one good strike to their bodies or heads and they went down like flies. As a result, he was down to the last one pretty quickly. Now, Issei got an idea with this one. When he took the first swing and struck, he did channel a bit of power into his fist, so maybe, just maybe, the same was true for his feet. He had nothing to lose for trying, so he pulled his leg back and channeled a bit of power into it. Then, in one swoop, he struck the mannequin. A critical was announced as his leg went through the enemy, putting him in an awkward situation. Skill acquired. Power kick. That works, but now how do I get my foot out of this thing? Issei asked as he shook his leg a bit, trying to get the mannequin off it. Eventually, he managed to get it off. Then he checked his express. He gained 500 EXP from all of them, which, given their levels and rank, was the most they could give. This was the minimum amount of express you gain from those E-rank enemies. That made up a total of 2,500 express. Not bad. Room complete. 1/3 rooms complete. Do you wish to proceed further or leave the dungeon? If you choose to leave now, know that enemies will not respawn in the rooms cleared, but if you choose to go further in you cannot leave until you clean another room. Continue, leave. Are you kidding me? Of course, I will continue. The enemies were a breeze. Issei exclaimed and tapped on the continue button, which caused the door at the other end of the room to let out a click as it became unlocked. Issei, before you leave, try searching the closet where the mannequins came out from. This room has nothing in it, but maybe the loot is hidden inside the closet. Solomon suggested. Good point. Do be careful, partner. We might wake up with another scare. Diedrich warned as he got closer to the closet, looking inside. There was not much inside aside from dust, but he did see some things on the shelves which he reached out and took, using observe on them. Used iron knife. An iron knife which seems to have seen some use, but overall still good for combat. Adds an additional +30 damage against enemies. Small chance to inflict the bleed effect on enemies. Durability. 9/20. Well, it's something. At least it is a weapon of some kind. Issei remarked, equipping the knife in his inventory as his main weapon. Despite his sacred gear being on his left hand, he was right-handed, but over the years he did develop some skills with both hands. His main went to his dominant hand, which was his right, and as such, that is where the knife went. He searched further in the closet, trying to find anything else of possible use, but the place seemed completely dry, safe for 50 yen. Having gotten everything this place was likely to give him, he advanced to the next room, noticing that the door opened up in another hallway, this one somewhat larger than the previous one. Skill level up. Night vision is now level 3. At least that skill was doing well for itself. Still, Issei walked through the hallway, knife in hand in case anything jumped on him again. He didn't take any damage in the previous room, which is more or less a testament to those, what were they called again, lesser wood golems. Whoever had the bright idea to make golems out of wood clearly didn't pay attention in class. Wood is one of the weakest materials to make a golem out of, Solomon remarked, throwing his own criticism into the mix as well. He continued to walk through the hallway until he came across a new sight. Pipes, likely part of the city's network or something, but they were becoming more pronounced as he walked down the hall, eventually seeing the door to the next room. Knife in hand, he got closer to the wooden door and, remembering the previous room, entered carefully, letting his night vision reveal to him any possible enemy. And this time around, they were not hidden in a closet, but they didn't exactly look alive. They were in a state that was just as poor as the ones in the first room, and he counted around 3 of them, but the other 3 looked different. They were not as rotten as the rest, and, observe, revealed why. Lesser wooden golem, level 5e, HP, 1000. They were the same kind of creature, but they looked more well kept. He could see signs of rot on small patches of their bodies, but not enough to earn them the same status effect it seemed. They also seemed to have been treated with something to prevent the rot, or rather, the decay of the wood. Still, Issei didn't lose confidence. The room was similar to the other one in shape, the only detail is the table in the middle of it and the golems piled on it, the rotten kind. More so, he still had a bad feeling in his gut. Still, he didn't have the time to listen to it as the golems awakened, being triggered by his presence, and they began to move. One of the more well-kept ones charged at him, being faster than its rotten brothers, and went for a punch to Issei's head, but the boy dodged it. Then, using the knife he got previously, he stabbed it into the head of the golem, but the damage didn't kill it or inflicted a critical or fatal. He guessed that since they didn't bleed or had any sort of organs, it was harder to figure out where to hit them to inflict those. The one which attacked him ended up taking 800 damage, then he kicked it back into one of its brethren which tried to charge in, knocking them both on the table where the rotten ones were. They didn't get up from it before the others crashed, resulting in at least 2 of them being killed by the impact. Ouch. That must have hurt. However, the one that was left grabbed him from behind, but Issei overpowered it easily. Then he delivered a power kick to it. That pushed into the wall. The one he had thrown, which still had the knife in its face, was pushed aside by the other golem, allowing it to get up and, in a move that had Issei a bit surprised, pick up the knife himself and charge at him with it. Okay, this was a bit of an issue, but he noticed something, namely at the other arm. It was stuck in place. The joints were not moving, so when it tried to stab him, Issei sidestepped and grabbed the stuck arm, yanking it. The critical announcement played out as he tore it down quite easily, revealing to him the joint pieces. They looked quite feeble, meaning those were likely the weak points. The mannequin slashed with the knife at Issei a few times, but when it went for a stab again, he used the arm he tore off to block it and threw it away along with the knife, allowing him to deliver a power punch, finished it off. The one he kicked back tried to rush him, but grabbing the body of the golem he just defeated and throwing it at the other golem, namely at the legs, he managed to make it trip right into his knee, allowing him to smash their head to splinters. But the room was not over, not by a long shot. He heard the rattling of chains from above, and looking up he saw what it was. More of the intact golems, hanged on chains. He didn't hear them before due to the ruckus he was making with the others, but now he could see 2 more golems struggling to get off hooks, with one of them succeeding and dropping down to try and fight him. Issei rushed to get the knife again, and then he went to the golem, the being once again trying to punch him.
It seemed that he had higher stats than those things in all possible categories, especially AGI, allowing him to easily dodge their strikes. Not to mention they were linear as hell. He stuck his knife into the shoulder joints of the shoulder, then applied some force to it, and true enough, the arm came off. He was about to strike the golem with the knife in the head when the other one finally got down and hit him over the head. Damn it! He swore as the wood hit his head, but then he ducked under the following strike, making the golem hit its disarmed brethren and for Issei to sweep both of their legs. As soon as they fell to the ground he stuck the knife in the head of the disarmed golem and quickly stepped on the head of the other golem, breaking its splinters with a critical. And stay down.
He inhaled deeply. That was slightly more difficult. While he was still faster, those other golems were in better condition, which allowed them to put up a bit of a better fight.
Not to mention they were also able to use his knife, leading him to believe they could use weapons to some degree. Shit, a few of those are no small deal, but a larger number with weapons can get troublesome. On another note, his knife's durability was at 4 now, meaning he needed to be careful with it. It was his only weapon, for now. Still, he checked his express, noticing how the rotten ones didn't count. Looks like indirect kills didn't ensure him the express, but in rest it was no issue. Those other 4 ones he took out got him 2000 XP on the dot. Congratulations. You leveled up to level 11. Nice, we leveled up. Issei said, enjoying his progress. This dungeon is not even done yet and we are already up 1 level. Oh man, I wonder what kind of express I will receive from the boss.
Haha. I do agree this was an easy trip so far, but we must not let ourselves easily fooled.
Solomon, what are you saying? Issei's level is double the recommended one and double the level of the strongest creature in here, yet. And he has not even used his boosted gear yet. We got this in the bag. Dedrag said, interrupting Solomon. The king sighed, deciding to join them. He had to admit, Dedrag had a point. Issei was barely trying as far as his effort went, mainly because the enemies were currently mindless golems made out of literal wood, and some of them have not seen maintenance in a long time from what he is able to tell. Let's just loot this place and be on our way then. Solomon said. Then Issei nodded happily, getting to work. The option to either leave or continue appeared, but he decided to go all the way. He did loot the room he was in and did come across something interesting located in a chest next to the door, namely a bunch of ash. What was interesting about it? Well, as he dug through it, he found a piece of paper that somehow must have managed to survive, but it only had 1 word on it.
Peer, Issei didn't exactly know what to make of it, so he simply stashed it in his inventory for the time being.
Who knows, maybe that was important for later. But Solomon taught further upon the meaning of the ash in the chest. Why was there ash in the chest? He thought back to the title of the dungeon and to the enemies so far, showing clear signs of abandonment and not any sign of intelligent life having stepped inside for at least a year or so. What kind of place was this? What did they use to store in here aside from the golems? The king began to ponder on those questions as Issei continued through the dungeon, finding himself in yet another hallway. Boss, here we come. Issei said as he entered the door, shutting it off behind him. However, as he went in, another figure entered the room he was previously in, one that was much larger than Issei and that found it strange that the Red Dragon Emperor himself was here. No, more like, he was shocked to see him here. How did he find this place?
What are you doing here, young dragon? They muttered, deciding to stay in the room for now and wait for him to come out. There was only one exit, and namely the same way they came in. Issei continued down the hall until he reached another door, which he opened without fear, thinking the boss was no one that dangerous.
Oh, how wrong he was. The moment he got into the room he noticed 2 things. First were the multiple wooden golems turned into firewood on the ground and the second was the stray in the room. Before him stood a stray with pretty serious mutations. Male, as seen from his overall body type, around as tall as Issei, but with more muscles that were covered in scars and looking very grayish in color. Additionally, their head was wrapped in multiple black leather straps locked in place with actual locks. They wore a pair of ripped pants, and were shoeless, and Issei could see their glowing, red eyes from between the straps. He hurried himself to use observe on this one as the stray was quick to try and strike him.
Boss, Reinforced Stray. Level 10D. HP. 7000. Reincarnated Stray Devil. 1 Rook. Issei barely dodged the strike as the stray's fist connected with the door, blowing it to pieces. Shit. This was the boss, and from the looks of things they were not going to be as easy as the ones he has faced so far.
For once, they are nearly the same level as he is, not to mention he remembered the lessons from Kuroka on how rooks tend to have increased strength, durability, and even stamina. They were the tanks of a peerage, the main heavy hitters, and this was no different. If he wanted to take this one down he could not afford to hold back, so Issei deployed his sacred gear as they tried to swing their arm at him. Issei brought out his knife and held it so the stray got its hand impaled in the knife. They let out a scream in the process, but they then pulled out the knife and broke it out of anger before fixing their eyes on Issei again. They were also not a large room, mainly in what looked to be an office, meaning there was little room to maneuver around this guy. Sure, they were the same height, but not the same width. The stray before him, as previously stated, was jacked with muscle and he did not want to know how it feels to be punched by them. Unfortunately, he forgot one crucial detail. Rush. The stray said in a low growl, but after that their speed seemed to explode as they charged at Issei and scored a powerful punch in his stomach, knocking the air out of him. What the fuck was that? No one told him strays were allowed to use skills as well. The stray grabbed the back of his shirt, pulling Issei off and grabbing his shirt to keep him close as he pulled his fist back. That first punch took 600 points of damage. Luckily, he was able to finally use a boost and fight back. He leaned to the side, making them miss the punch, and he retaliated by punching the stray right back with power punch, dealing 1730 damage to the stray, but they barely flinched. Damn, now that he noticed, their flesh felt harder than normal. Were they reinforced? Wait, he is literally called reinforced stray. What is he thinking about? Of course, it is reinforced.
With Issei still in its grasp, the stray twisted itself around, throwing Issei into the desk, which caused it to break. This maneuver hurt a lot, Issei will admit to that, but thanks to his boosted dur he only took around 800 damage from that.
Still, ow. The stray then went to him, trying to stomp on his head, but Issei was quick to put up his arm and launched his wyvern shot at the feet that were about to come down on his face, then launched another one in its head. The head is usually a good place to get a critical hit from, but it was covered too well and he couldn't break through that leather with his attack alone. Still, this allowed Issei to get up as the stray rubbed its face. He began to charge up an actual dragon shot, aiming at the stray's main body, namely around the heart area. With increased stats thanks to his boost, and with dragon shot, adding plus 50% damage based on that number, Issei was pretty confident this was going to hurt even this big guy. He fired his attack right at the chest of the stray, and he watched the damn thing get sent into the wall, but the spot where the dragon shot struck it was smoking and a burn wound formed. However, their HP was not yet at 0. From what he could see with observe, that strike only got it around half HP. However, he managed to inflict the stun effect, meaning he had some time before it recovered and he could strike it again. This time he charged up dragon shot, but made sure to boost again to be safe. The stray raised their eyes at him, just in time to see the red sphere going for their chest and piercing through this time around. The stray's health hit 0 and it fell limp, a hole now located in its chest. Issei, for his part, took a long breath and collapsed against the wall, allowing his gear to be dismissed and his bonuses to fade. Finally, that was unexpected.
Not to me. Solomon said. I did try to warn you, have I not?
I hate it when you are right about this kind of stuff. Diedrag said. Then the attention switched to the stray. Still, that was a pretty nasty stray. The mutations also seemed to help it in the long run as they made it tougher. Rooks always took a bit more of a beating to defeat before they gave up. I hope it was worth it. Congratulations on defeating the boss and clearing your first dungeon. Here are your rewards.
5,000 express -1 random skill book, 1 point for dur. Minus 10,000 yen. I'll take it, Issei said, then he slowly got up. His muscles were sore from this fight, especially his back from being used as a desk destroyer. Damn, this hurt a lot.
Who knew there would be a stray here, and one so troublesome too? Solomon said, voicing his own confusion. Not to mention he seems to have done some damage, just look at the floor. There are destroyed wood golems on it. Then how the fuck did we end up fighting them on our way in then? Diedrag asked, confused. If the stray turned them to wood chips here, then he surely walked in through the front door like we did, right? How come he didn't get attacked by the golems? I don't think that is the case, my friend. Solomon replied, earning even Issei's attention. I have been thinking about some things, namely the nature of this location and the chest full of ash from before. This place, as the name suggests, was clearly used for storing weapons and those golems, and the original owners made sure to clean after themselves, which included the destroy all of documents. Documents. Issei echoed as he brought out the burned piece of paper from his inventory. Like this. Yes. We are very fortunate to have found this, in rest they seem to have done a decent job. That piece of paper is important, as it might be a clue. A clue to what? Diedrag asked. To the identity of the original owners. However, the location is written on it, namely, the pier, which might be worth checking out later. Noted. Issei said. Then he looked around the office. He received the rewards, yes, which he will check in a bit. Say, Solomon, do you think there is anything else in here worth our time? Possible. The wise king replied, so Issei got to work searching. He moved the bits of the desk about, trying to see if he could find anything worth at least selling, but all he found were the splinters of the desk. Nothing on the desk, so he looked around the room some more, trying to notice if there was anything else hidden. Nothing, except another pile of ash in the trash can. More burned documents, this time with no piece of additional surviving paper.
And nothing worth selling either, crud. However, before heading out, Issei did take out the skill book he received as a reward and checked it out. And safe to say he was pleasantly surprised. Name. Skill book. Fire Magic, Novice. A skill book for fire magic. Okay. Now this was big as magic of any offensive kind would be great for him. He opened the book and a screen opened up before him. Do you wish to learn fire magic, Novice? Doing this will consume the skill book.
Yes. Yes you motherfucker, yes. Issei pressed the button without thinking twice, and the book vanished. Skill acquired. Fire Magic. Novice. Fire Magic. Novice Level 1, 0400s, one of the most used types of magic out there, renowned for its highly offensive capabilities all around. This skill enables you to use basic fire magic, enabling you to light up a small spark in your hands. Note. Magic is organized between the actual skill which allows the user to use the magic and the spells, which are considered as sub-skills. Each time you use one of the sub-skills, the main skill gains half the amount of express that spells gains. Now that's what I'm talking about. Diedrag cheered at the gained skill. We can start to develop some nice spells to burn any stray that comes at us to a crisp.
True. But with Issei's bad magical perk, the progress will be slow and painful. Solomon said. You really cannot let someone celebrate, can you? Killjoy. Solomon gasped slightly. Excuse you, Diedrag, I have nothing against celebrations. I only believe we should do it when we get back home, wrapping up our little hiking session here. Sure. Whatever you say, Killjoy. Solomon sighed, rubbing his forehead out of annoyance and frustration.
Diedrag, Solomon does have a point. I mean, we were too relaxed regarding the boss and I got my ass handed to me a bit. Issei said in the defense of the wise king. Besides, Kuroka is back home. If we celebrate we should at least be celebrating with her.
Thank you, Eyes. Solomon replied to him. Now, let's get out of this putrid place. I cannot stand the thought of what awaits us back at the entrance. I might even faint again.
Roger that, Your Highness. Issei replied and began to walk back the way he came. It seems that the dungeon only has one entrance, which was also the only exit, meaning they will be finding themselves back in the sewers. Yay, that really soured the taste of their victory in a way, but not everything was entirely bad. Skill level up. Night vision is now level 4. At least this skill was easy to level up. Not to mention it really did help him navigate this dungeon. But, as Issei walked and traveled, eventually entering the second room of the dungeon, he was met with a nasty surprise.
Oh no. Who the hell is? So, you are the young dragon emperor of this generation.
The words of the man before them, who looked to be in his early 30s with a bald head and muscular build. Granted, that is where all the normal aspects of the guy ended. Their eyes were purely white, without a trace of their iris or pupil in them, not to mention their attire reminded Issei of a Buddhist monk more than anything. But the bloodlust they emanated was suffocating. It was like he was staring down Diedrag on a bad day. I have to say, you did well to take out the stray in there.
Who are you? Issei asked, tensing up and putting up his guard, not to mention deploying his boosted gear.
His aura suppression skill should have prevented anyone who was below high class from telling he was the Red Dragon Emperor, meaning that the one before them was not to be joked with. So Issei, to find out more, tried to use observe on him, but in doing so his eyes widened. What the? He muttered, looking at Donbaru's sheet of information. And yes, from it, he could tell their name, but everything else.
Donbaru. Level. HP. Reincarnated Stray. 2 rooks. 1 mutated rook piece.
Okay, that additional information that one of his pieces was a mutated piece, information Issei learned a bit from Kuroka, was not good. Not to mention that, for some reason, he could not read his level, rank, and HP. He dug deeper and eventually came upon a notification that told him why.
The individual you are trying to observe possesses an advanced skill allowing them to hide their information from your skill at its current level. Such skills were a thing. Then again, the stray from before did use one as well, even if for them those were like normal abilities and spells. It told Issei that his enemies could use their own sets of skills. Double crud. So you defeated the stray in there. I have to admit, I was able to gauge its power, and it was a half-decent rook from the looks of it.
Donbaru stated in his deep voice. He was able to gauge out the stray Issei fought from this room. Just who was this guy? They were not particularly strong, but they were not weaklings either. Then again, you do possess a Longinus, truly a great power. Yet, for the Red Dragon Emperor, that display was a bit disappointing. I sense the experience with your gear on you, yet you have so little actual power. Quite the mystery. You are not going to attack me? Issei asked, a cold sweat running down his face as he noticed this particular stray was not acting aggressively, leading him to strongly believe he was like Kuroka, a stray devil able to control their own demonic power to the point they are not going full loco. Attack you. Maybe in the future, young Dragon Emperor. The stray stated. Right now, if we fight, even with the power of your balance breaker, I am afraid you wouldn't stand much a chance. The fight would be over too soon.
Who is this arrogant stray to spew nonsense like that? Diedrag raged. Wait, Diedrag, listen to his voice. There is no arrogance flowing from it.
Solomon was right. Donbaru was not here to boast his power or try to discourage Issei with empty words, but he was truthful. Was there really that much a power gap between him and this stray? Impossible. If he used his balance breaker and spammed out his boost until he reached his limit, he should be able to fight. Just who are you? You are not like the other strays. Luckily, Issei knew better than to blindly attack like that, part of Solomon's lessons. I am Donbaru, at your service. The stray bowed down in respect, presenting themselves in spite of Issei knowing their name already. I once served Lord Dantalian as his rook and personal bodyguard. D. Dantalian. Issei. Watch out. Dantalian was the keeper of Hell's library, where all their magical knowledge is stored. It is entirely possible he used his magic to enhance his peerage. Solomon warned, knowing full well the dangers they were facing. Dantalian was a duke in his rank, meaning he was of the higher and stronger breeds, one of the fallen angels of the 666 who fell together with the original Lucifer.
I wish I could give my name as well, but there is no need, young Dragon Emperor.
Donbaru said. I do not need your name. I have been watching you, in fact, even since you arrived in Kuo. Ever since you killed your first stray in cold blood. I watched as you fought all those strays, noticing how you handled yourself adequately, yet, as I said before, subpar to what I expect from your aura of experience. And I know why. You are trying to remain undetected by the likes of Rias Grimori and Sona Citri. Not even asking if it's true. Issei muttered. There is no need to ask. I am sure of it for the most part, even if it is not fully accurate. The stray said. I have to say, however, that I am grateful to you for taking out that flea. Quite the insult for someone of your own kind. Issei bit back, but Donbaru didn't seem fazed by the slight jab.
I know of the hypocrisy of my words since I too am the same, but compared to them I did not kill my own master for power. No, I did it because they deserved it. You killed your master because they deserved it? It doesn't make any sense. My former master, Lord Gladia Dantalion, was a shallow man easily fooled by the allure of monetary gain. I always overlooked it because his activities never harmed anyone. But one day I discovered he was secretly running an underground trafficking operation. A living flesh one. Issei gasped slightly hearing those words.
Men used for tiring work, women used as if they were tools of pleasure, and children. Who shared the same fates as the adults in most cases. The words of the stray were sorrowful as if he was full of regret. I could not stand it. Before I became a devil, I was a monk who valued life, and I stuck with those values even in my new life. As such, against all of my vows, I took my master's life and foiled the entire operation. Still, I fled and ran from judgment. So that is why you became a stray. You killed your master for those people. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This stray was no different from Kuroka. They were both bound to this fate by a selfless act meant to protect another, and for it, they were being hunted. But why are you in Kuo? You must be aware of the presence of the devils here. The stray nodded his head. I am not afraid of them, he declared. Sona Citri, with her water magic and intelligence, and Rias Grimori, with the power of destruction inherited from her mother who is of the Baal family, do not intimidate me. They are but children.
The Baal and Gremory mixed. That is interesting, Solomon remarked.
Donbaru, why are you telling me all of this? Issei asked, looking at him. You said before we will fight later, so why are you telling me all of this?
Because, young Dragon Emperor, you are like the devils. Young and inexperienced. The enemies you took out thus far are nothing compared to an older stray such as myself, mere cannon fodder.
He stated. You have to grow more, and for that to happen you need to gain a better insight into yourself and the ones around you. The strays you hunt, not all of them deserve to be killed. Some ran away because their masters were abusive, corrupt, or Buddha knows what else. I, however, deserve to be killed entirely, for I stained my hands with blood. I have no doubt in my mind you will do fine.
So you want me to be careful in regards to the people I trust? Issei asked, to which the stray nodded in confirmation.
No one is trustworthy in this world, young Dragon Emperor. The devils, the fallen angels, and even the angels of heaven, all have a hidden agenda. When you put your trust in someone, you must be certain it is the right choice, for the consequences are otherwise too dire. Donbaru said. Then he looked past Issei at the gate. Answer me this, is the office clean?
Issei narrowed his eyes as he replied. If you were asking if I found anything, then no. Good. You may go. You have my word I won't try anything.
Donbaru said, and Issei, being wary of him, moved slowly, keeping his sacred gear up until he reached the door and left. After he was gone, Donbaru sighed. What a mystery. I sense a great power around him, yet I cannot place my finger on it. Oh well, no use dwelling on it. He walked deeper into the dungeon, reaching the same office area where Issei fought the stray, and noticed the damage around. Quite fortunate they did not discover this. He pulled back his fist as he neared the back wall, then with one strike, he blew apart the brick, revealing a hidden hole in the wall, and extended his arm into it, pulling out a box. He opened it, looking inside to see several sheets of paper. I knew you wouldn't burn the most precious information, Snake of Adam. You left it here to recover it later. Unfortunately, your mistake will aid me further in my quest for atonement. It was a tortuous walk back to his home, having taken the first exit out of the sewers and using the self-clean skill again, only to find out a detail that had him shaken. The smell was still in his clothing, and apparently, the skill could not get rid of the smell. Fucking great. When he arrived he found Kuroka to still be awake, but she kept her distance as he smelled, telling him to go shower at once. He did as told, and even threw the clothes into the washing machine with a lot of cleaning products to get rid of the smell. After the shower and changing into shorts and a shirt, he went to the living room, where Kuroka was as well. "You are quite late, Eyes. Did something happen?" she remarked, worried. "And did you smell like a sewer system when you returned? Did you take a dip in a septic tank?"
"You have no idea how close you were," Diedrich said, which had Kuroka perk up. "The system introduced something to me called dungeons," Issei replied, offering a more clear answer. However, this one was in the sewers. "Oh, nasty," Kuroka said. "I never saw horrors as great as those sewers in my life. What do the people of this modern world eat to produce such a foul stench and sights?" Solomon asked. "Ignorance is bliss, old friend. Better keep your mouth shut and do not ask," Diedrich advised Solomon, the wise king taking the words to heart. "So what happened in this dungeon? Are you okay?" she asked, slightly worried he was hurt.
"I am fine. It was mostly a low-level dungeon filled with some weak wood golems, and even then some of them were in poor condition. They were so weak I was pretty much able to one-shot them and speedrun the dungeon," Issei explained. "However, the last room had a higher level stray compared to the golems, a rook, and he gave me some trouble, but I managed to take care of it."
"Good. I am glad you are back and in one piece," she replied.
"However, we did meet someone down there," Issei continued, and Kuroka's attention was back to them. "It was a stray, one which could control their demonic power like you, judging from the fact they were sane and non-mutated. They introduced themselves as Donbaru, but, and this is the part that has me shook even now, I was unable to tell their level, rank, and health." "What? How is that possible, Naya?" Kuroka asked. "They apparently possess a skill that acts to block our own," Solomon replied, explaining further. "But, despite that, they bluntly stated he was stronger than us, a statement I found backed not by arrogance, but by truth, and then he allowed us to leave."
"That sounds strange," Kuroka said, finding the encounter somewhat off. "Why did he let you leave just like that?"
"I don't know, but he didn't seem to be violent. He even told us about his master, and how they were a flesh trafficker, and how he killed them for those people. It was like he took a confession," Issei explained. "I don't know, Kuroka, something about that stray gives me shivers down my spine. Naya, you need to be able to get out of places faster," she said. "What if you wake up face to face with the Grimoire or Citri? You need to be able to quickly get out of there."
"Yeah. But how? With my shitty magical affinity there is no way I could easily learn spatial magic to teleport away, and..." Solomon suddenly cleared his throat. "Actually, Issei, I think I have a proposal." "Solomon? You see, the system seems to have a party option we could use." "A party?" Issei gasped. "Wait, you mean we can take Kuroka with us?"
"And more. Any stray she kills will also gain us express. From what I gathered, once she enters your party, she will receive a smaller version of the system herself, granted not as extensive as our own," Solomon said. "Express is shared equally among all party members, and with only you two in it, I doubt it will be a problem. Not to mention Kuroka here, with her Yujutsu, is a very lethal opponent to face." "Oh, thank you, Solomon," Kuroka said. "But will this mean I get to go out with Issei from now on?"
"I think that is exactly what it means," Issei said, with Solomon giving a supportive hum. Then, a screen appeared in front of Issei. "Do you wish to invite Kuroka Taju to your party?"
"YN." He looked at Kuroka, the Nekosho giving a nod before he pressed Y. Then, Kuroka jumped a bit as the screen appeared in front of her, asking her if she accepted the invite. She pressed Y as well, then she grabbed her head a bit, Issei going to her and holding her a bit. The system was likely adding her, which is why it hurt a bit, but it was over quickly. After it was done, Kuroka noticed some odd auditions in her vision.
"Is this how you see things now?" she asked Issei, the boy thinking she meant her HUD. "It's so strange having those things in my field of vision. I don't like them," she said, making them vanish. "This will take a bit to get used to." Issei then looked to the side of his own HUD, seeing a new health bar under his own. He tapped on it, seeing the information it offered about Kuroka, and what he saw stunned him. Kuroka Taju, level 72, health 96,096 thousandths.
Stamina. 80,000 80 thousandths. Mana. 33,000 33 thousandths. Nekosho, reincarnated devil, 2 bishop pieces. Her mana reserves were huge. And her level was high as well. Damn, taking out those strays was going to be a breeze now. Not to mention she could use her magic to quickly teleport them out of the crime scene, meaning they could be bolder. Correction, Issei could be bolder if they had a quicker getaway method. He could barely wait for the next night, but for now, the two went to sleep. First, previous 5 of 33 next.